Hello, Internet, and welcome to Creative Live. Happy Mother's Day. Well, it's not quite Mother's Day here in Seattle. It is in other parts of the world, and so happy Mother's Day to all of you out there. We are here on the third day of Kelly Brown's newborn posing workshop, and we have so many more babies here with us today. This has been an out-of-control, amazing workshop. We've had pee, we've had poo, we've seen it all, and we are going to keep going with that. So my name is Kenna Klosterman, and I am your host today, along with Christy Weber from Junebug. Christy, how are you doing this morning?
I'm great. I can't believe that we're on the third day already, and I'm just so excited to see what we have in the last day. So many more babies.
So many more babies. Kelly Brown, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good. I'm excellent. I'm very excited about today. We have so many babies coming in. We're going to shoot all day, so it's going to be fun.
It is, it is. All right, well, we just have a couple of minutes of pre-show here. Let us know in the chat rooms if you can see us and hear us, and of course, let us know where you are joining us from.
Yeah. And we have our students here in the audience as well, our 8 amazing women who've been here all 3 days, and we want to introduce them to you again. So let's go through, tell us your name, where you're coming to us from, where to find you online, and if there's one piece that you've learned over the past few days that you're really excited to go home and apply right away to your own photography and your own work. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Karen Biker, Reflections of Life Photography, and you can find me at rolphoto.ca from close to Toronto in Canada. I think the first thing I want to go home and apply is I really enjoyed the way that Kelly does her price lists and how she incorporates her images into them and just really creates that emotional attachment during the introduction of the price list already. That's really interesting.
I'm Tammy Higashi. I live in Tacoma, Washington. My business is Finding Moments Photography by Tammy Higashi. And like when I do my next newborns, I'm excited to try and be able to transition the baby easier by watching the way Kelly flows with it. And I agree about like her pricing list and how she did that. I will be working on that as well.
Hi, I'm Helga from Edmonton, Canada. You can find me online at helgaphotography.com or Facebook Helga Heimer Photography. It's a lot of things that I'm going to try to apply in my business from the workshop, but I think the one that is really jumped out for me is how many layers she uses on the beanbag for the posing, and I never done that, so I'm definitely going to incorporate that into my business and take a look at my price list again.
Hi, my name is Molly Meager. I'm from Olympia, Washington, and my business is Ellie Bell Photography. You can find me at elliebellphotography.com or on Twitter at Ellie Bell Photo. And one thing I'm excited to apply to my business is being able to more effectively pose not only the newborns, but newborns with their families and the parents, and having more confidence in doing that.
I am Karina Taylor, and I'm the owner of Hazy Skies Photography. It's hazyskies.com or hazy_skies at Twitter. And I would say the one thing that I really liked is seeing that she only does collections and pricing. It makes it so much easier and simple and saves me a lot of time if I'm doing a collection versus doing 100 a la carte items.
Hi, my name is Denise Moore. I'm from Columbus, Ohio, and you can find me at iHeartNewborns on Facebook or follow me on Twitter at iHeartNewborns1. The one thing I'm going to change right away when I get home is to keep things more simple, more focused on the baby, and not so much about props and other kind of paraphernalia. So I'm excited to make that change.
I'm Miranda Glazer, and I'm from Davis, California. You can find me at mirandacaitlin.com or Facebook Miranda Caitlin Photography. I think I'm most excited to just kind of also approach it more simply, but more in the preparation. I think I overstructure the parents as far as how to feed the baby, how to prepare the baby, and I'm really excited just to kind of give no instructions whatsoever and see how it turns out.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Whiting. My company is Photography West, and you can find me at photographywest.ca. And I'm from Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada. And kind of what Miranda said is just maybe not prepping the parents so much, just let it be a little bit more natural. Again, look at my price list, how I structure that with incorporating more photos with my prices.
Fantastic. Well, remind me again, how many of you are moms? Nearly all, nearly all. How many of you are aunts? Exactly. It's just so wonderful to have all of you moms out there, all of you aunts, uncles, everyone here to celebrate Mother's Day, which truly is celebrating life. So it's just going to be a magical day. We want to give some shout outs to all of you out there. We have Phil Birdie. Happy Mother's Day from Phyllis in Scottsdale, Arizona. We have Pixel Breakfast. Good day from sunny Milan.
Nice. I've got Julia. She says, hey, this is amazing. Thanks to Kelly for the last 2 days. Every second has been wonderful and ever more helpful. So I can't wait for today's session. That's Julia from Slovenia.
Ooh.
I know. Let's see. We've got Carl French. Hello from the UK. Love what I've been learning and hope to learn more. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much.
And we have Gina Marie Photography. Happy Mother's Day, Kelly, and all the moms out there in Creative Live land. I like that.
I like that.
Really, when you think about Creative Live land, it is everywhere.
All over the world.
Everywhere. We have
Absolutely.
Canary Islands. We have Brussels, Belgium. We have Saline, Michigan.
I've got Rio de Janeiro. Let's see, Rhode Island, Argentina, Milan. It just goes on and on. Charleston, South Carolina. Sheila from Dallas, Texas says, I love Creative Live, so thank you very much.
And one more, again, Yellow Dogs, please tell Kelly, happy Mother's Day from all of us, and thank you for being with us and not your family today. And speaking of Kelly's family, we saw the photo of them watching Kelly yesterday, but they sent her a video wishing her a happy Mother's Day. And how did that make you feel, Kelly?
I cried again. It was beautiful. It was so beautiful, and I just miss them so much. But they're happy I'm here. They're proud of me, and I'm happy I'm here. So it's really good.
All right. Well, wonderful note then to get going again. Welcome everyone to Creative Live. This is the third day of our very, very special Mother's Day weekend with Kelly Brown and newborn posing. I'm just going to take you through a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions in chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There's one place to watch Creative Live, and if you can hear me, you've probably figured out where. That is creativelive.com/live. And you can take us on the go on your iPad, iPhone, or Android-friendly device. So wherever it is that you are today, you can take us with you, along with your kids, along with your nieces and nephews as well. Babies all around. Wherever you are on the Creative Live website, you can always just go up to the top left corner to find the live feed and see what's playing when you go hover over that watch page. And down beneath what you're watching is where you can easily and quickly purchase the course. So again, with this course, you can purchase anytime access to all 3 days of videos. We'll talk a little bit more about the bonus materials because there is even a new added bonus material as of this morning, and that is a sleeping baby formula, and I'll show you that in a minute. I'll show you that right now. How about that? So the extra bonus materials. So Kelly put this together because we had a lot of folks who were saying they weren't actually moms. And when you're a mom, like we saw yesterday, it's pretty darn hard to know how to actually get a baby to sleep. And Kelly, as we have seen, knows how to do that magically as the baby whisperer. So she has created for us the Sleeping Baby Formula, Kelly's tips for getting your newborn to fall asleep, and mainly your newborn clients to fall asleep. So we can scroll through and you can see not only pictures of her here putting those babies to sleep, but also all of her top tips on how to do that. So once again, Kelly keeps giving and giving, and in addition to the other bonus materials being that posing guide that we have seen, being the bonus videos from that first day where we had 3 different composite image photo shoots, as well as her pricing guide. All of that for $149. However, today is the day. We have less than 12 hours when you can purchase it all for $99. And for those of you moms out there who are thinking about Mother's Day and gifts for Mother's Day, what an amazing gift to give yourself. So truly an amazing thing. So $99 for the next 12 hours. You can see how long that lasts there. There's a countdown timer. And so thank you to all of you out there who have given yourself that gift already over the course of the past couple of days. So you can interact with us here, interact with Kelly, interact with each other in that global classroom. The best way to do that is to click on open the chat rooms, and that will pop open 3 tabs across the top in a new window. The first tab is Creative Live, and this is for you to have your on-topic conversations. So once again, sharing information with each other, sharing ideas, sharing links to where you purchase props. We're going to see later today a beautiful boat that is going to be photographed that we found on Etsy. What an amazing place to be able to find different tools and props and all of that on Etsy. There's so many amazing artists. So we're going to be doing that. Share those links in there. Secondly, we have the Creative Cues tab, and this is where we invite you to ask your questions of Kelly. So Christy and I are here to pass those along. We will be asking your on-topic questions. We have already answered so many of the questions out there. So again, in that live tab, if you see that we're not asking a question that may have already been talked about in the past couple of days, go ahead and ask each other in that live tab. So the cues, though, is for Kelly today. And then finally, we have the Creative Lounge, and this is where we invite you to have your off-topic conversations and just have fun, get to know each other, talk about moms and babies all day long, and have fun. So in addition to the chat rooms, we are also taking your questions on social media. This is a social classroom, and so we want to hear from you on Facebook. On our Facebook page is facebook.com/creativelive, or on Twitter, we are using the hashtag KellyBrownLive. As I mentioned before, the way that Creative Live works is that we try to reach as many people as possible all over the globe during our live events for free. We are connecting world-class educators. We have Kelly Brown, who is here all the way from Brisbane, Australia. She is an award-winning photographer and has just taken the world by storm with her babiness of her ability to mold and get that emotion that we have been seeing over the past few days, that connection. You can then choose to purchase, as I just said, the 3 days of course videos for you to implement into your business, into your photography, into your art. Kelly is a true artist. Today, you can get that for $99 in the next less than 12 hours. Let's take a look at the course page. This is where, when you purchase the courses, you can watch the videos. So first of all, you can still enroll for that course. We will be playing a free rewatch later today. Again, celebrating Mother's Day throughout the weekend. You can enroll for the course to get that reminder, and you can also purchase directly here from the course page. So we'll scroll down that page. I've already told you about all the amazing bonus materials. Those are there for you to access right now. For those people who have purchased the course, all of those bonus materials are there already. So you can download those, you can take notes on those, you can start making your own pricing guides based upon Kelly's there. Scroll down, and again, this is where all of the videos are posted. We turn those around as quickly as possible so that you can start rewatching or watching the parts that you may have missed. You can download them in both the high definition version and the low res version, along with those posing guides. If you can put those on your iPad, you can also put some of your favorite segments on your iPad so you can have that right there in your studio. Or if you go to a client's home, and you can be able to reference that really quickly in the moment. You can also always just watch all of the segments directly from this course page on the Creative Live website. So many, many different ways to continue to have all of the education there at your fingertips. We are continuing to give away wonderful prizes throughout the day. 2 ways to enter. The first one is on Facebook, and the way you're going to do that is go to our Facebook page. There is a Kelly Quote Contest icon. You're going to click on that. It'll pop open a screen. You're going to listen for your favorite Kelly Brown quotes or tips all throughout the day. We're looking for things that are educational, inspirational, fun. You can enter there on Facebook once per hour. However, on Twitter, You can enter as many times as you would like. So tweet away. Today's the last day to win prizes here today through Kelly Brown's workshop. Make sure you're following Kelly at KBS Little Pieces. So that's Kelly Brown's Little Pieces. Little Pieces Photography is the name of her business. Make sure you go check her out on Facebook as well. So listen for your favorite quote, tweet it out, utilize that URL that you see there on the screen. That is how we search for those prizes. And finally, we have Clickin' Moms, who has been incredible, an incredible sponsor and support of this weekend. They are giving away over $5,000 worth of prizes for some creative livers out there. All you need to do to enter there is to go to clickinmoms.com/CL, fill out your information, you are entered to win. Check out those packages, the grand package. One person is going to win something that is a package of $3,500 worth of goodies. So talk about a great Mother's Day gift. That is it. So thank you again to Clickin' Moms. And with that, we have a beautiful family over here, a beautiful newborn baby. So please help me welcome back to the Creative Live stage, Kelly Brown.
I'm really excited about this session this morning because I love working with older siblings. So we have Fiona, and she's 11. So I'm pretty confident that she's going to enjoy this, and she's going to enjoy holding her brother during this session. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to leave Dominique in his mum's arms while I get Fiona over to where I want her to sit. If I had a younger child that, you know, I wasn't sure if it was going to jump up, run away, all that kind of stuff, I would probably bring the baby over with me. But because I know Fiona's not going to jump up and run away, we're going to get her set up nice and comfortably first, and then we're going to bring her little brother in. Come on over. So if I can get you to sit down here and just sit like me with your legs out to the side and to the other side. Rightio. So what I'm going to do is I've positioned her so that everything's nice and compact. Her legs aren't coming out towards me, so that in the camera they're not going to look, like in the image, they're not going to look distorted and they're not going to blur. So I'm going to keep it nice and compact, and what I'm going to do is bring little Dominique in her arms here. Okay? And she's pretty strong, so she's going to be able to hold him comfortably. You ready? Yeah. Are you comfortable? Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you. So I don't necessarily have to wrap Dominique for this setup because Fiona is older and she's quite capable of holding her little brother. But underneath his wrap, he's got a little nappy on, so I'm going to leave it on, and I am going to put a wrap around him just to cover that, because you don't always have to take the nappy off, and that's going to stop Dominique from making any mess on his big sister's lap as well. I'm just going to use a fairly neutral tone, and because Fiona's wearing this really pretty little black dress, and I've got her on a very white, creamy background, this is also going to look beautiful as a black and white image. So I'm keeping that in mind as well while I shoot this. I'm just going to slide a little bit closer to the heater because it's a little bit cooler down here on the floor than it is up there this morning. That way when we take his wrap off, he's not going to get cold and he's not going to wake up. So he's wrapped nice and loosely, which is going to be easy to get him out of here. And just to pop the other wrap around him. I'm not going to wrap him tightly, but I'm just going to put it around him, ideally just to cover his diaper. I remember to say at that time. Oh, there it is. So I've got one of these long stretch wraps again, and it's folded in half this time, because when they are pulled, they can be a little bit see-through, but we really want to cover this nappy so that it's not distracting in the photo. So he's having a stretch. I'm going to move with him while he's stretching. Isn't he beautiful? just going to pull his little legs up. I'm going to go with the shorter side and tuck it over, pull it over, leave his little toes out because we want to see those, but just over the knee so it holds the leg in place. And fold it in underneath his bottom so that his own weight, and then when Fiona's holding him, where I place him, it will hold it all in place. Okay, so I'm going to come a little bit closer to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop his bottom down here, and he's going to rest up here against your leg, and you're just going to use your hands just to support him in your lap, and I'm going to put his little head up here on your wrist. So that way she's not having to actually physically hold him up like this, because while I'm taking a photo, he's going to get heavier and heavier and heavier, and I don't want her arms to get uncomfortable, and I want it to look nice and relaxed. And if she's uncomfortable, she's not going to look relaxed. And even though he's not a big, big baby, he's still going to get heavy. And we're going to turn his little head out this way. So I've just guided, oh, isn't that beautiful? Okay. So just lower this arm just here, that's it, and lean forward. Perfect. I'm going to tilt him slightly towards me so that we can see his face. He's having a little bit of a stretch, a little bit of a squirm. You okay? I'm just going to put Fiona's hair back for now, just while we position him, and then we can pull it forward again. Bring his hand down here. There we go. Okay, and that's a pretty simple setup. You can come in from quite a few different angles. I'm just going to turn this face just a little bit more. I'll just grab my camera. Okay, so I want you to look down at Dominique for me. I'm going to get a little bit of an exposure shot to start with. And I'm going to kind of come in from this angle here because I can see this beautiful side profile of Fiona's face, and I can see his peaceful sleeping face there as well. So it's going to show a great connection between the two of them. And again, I'm focusing, because Fiona's looking down at her brother, I'm actually going to be focusing on his eye line, not hers. And bring our exposure down just a little bit. Oh, that's beautiful. And I'm going to come from this angle to get a different one, because you can still see his face beautifully. Just relax your toes, sweetheart. There you go. And just look up at me. So this is where I would come in and focus on Fiona's eye. And I would come in nice and close with that crop as well. Are you right? Isn't he beautiful? And then for something a little bit different, we can have Fiona positioned the same way I positioned the mum yesterday to hold the baby. So I will take Dominique back off her, so that way she can get her legs comfortable to support her body. Okay, so just bring your legs around the front like me. Nice and comfy. Okay, so with this hand here, again, it's the one closest to the window because we're going to have his face facing the light, and this one's going to support his bottom, but he has a nappy on, so it's okay. I'm just going to bring your hair back. Now I want to make her hair a bit of a feature in this because that tells a story about Fiona for her parents, her beautiful long hair. And this is her at this time in her life, which is really important to capture. So I'm just going to get it out of the way now, and then I'm going to bring it around the baby's face in a minute. So bring this hand up. I'm going to make this shot really quick because he's going to get heavy and he's squirming. And turn your palm out towards me as much as you can that's comfortable. And then I'm going to place him up in your hands. Okay, and your hand in up underneath his head there. Are you okay?
Yeah. Just a little squirmy.
He is squirmy, isn't he? Okay. And a quick shot of that one. Okay, and just look down at him. Think of all the annoying times he's going to bring you. So I'm focusing in on his eye line because Fiona's looking at him. Okay, and just look up at me, Fiona. Nice. And how easy is that? It's such a pretty time for her, you know, to have this baby brother and to be actually able to, you know, hold him comfortably and remember it so perfectly. You know, as a toddler, you don't remember your siblings being born, but it's really special when you're older and you have a baby brother or sister come into your life. I was actually 21 when my little sister was born, so it was really special for me just to, you know, to understand the whole process and everything about it. I mean, it's special for a toddler, but it can also be very confusing for them. That's why those sessions with toddlers can take a little bit more time. But you can see how fast that was and how quick and easy it was, just with clear direction and speaking to her gently. And I'd already talked to her before outside, which I would have done in my studio, about, you know, how she felt about holding him and all of that kind of stuff as well. So it's really important to ask them how comfortable they are and get an idea about them as a person as well. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm done. I'm going to take a really quick photo of Dominique on his own because I think that would be beautiful. So can I get someone to come and give me a hand because I'm going to use a prop? Who hasn't helped me yet? Come on over, Molly. So I'd already decided that I was going to use my white backdrop, but before you sit down, so I don't have to get up because I'm being lazy, would you be able to pass me the metal square tub that's just up there on the shelf? Yep, and the blanket that's sitting on it. So I'd already decided before this that I was going to use that, which is going to make it nice and quick because we have so many babies to photograph today. Thank you. And I also need a couple of towels to fill it with, just those two purple ones. So in my studio, I would probably give the baby back to one of the parents, but it's really good to have some help here today, which is awesome. And a lot of the times in my studio, I am actually setting props up with one hand, believe it or not. Okay, so I filled this particular prop. It's got a very hard edge. It's solid, but it's got a very, very hard edge. So when I put Dominique in here, I don't want him anywhere near the edges of this particular prop because it could be dangerous. If he was to move or be resting on his very delicate skin, it could be really dangerous. So what I'm going to do is we're going to move this and we're going to shoot directly on the timber. And I have another blanket here which is going to help fill this. And it's just really, really simple. And I'm going to I'm going to put one of my cloth nappies just under the front there to give him that little shelf again to raise him up. And we'll just tuck that in. And Molly's hand is going to be on him the entire time he's in here, except for maybe the 2 seconds where it's just raised above his head to take the photo and then back down again. And that way there's no chance of him falling or moving or anything like that. So, actually, Fiona, would you like to grab me 2 of those white towels just there, please? Thank you. Thanks, sweetie. And I did that because if it was me in my studio, I would have got her to do it anyway, because she would have been one of my clients, or I would have got one of the parents to do it. So I don't have to get up and down with this little baby while he's asleep in my hands and to disturb him. So it's nice to ask for help, and it gets them involved as well. And you can talk to them, your clients, about the process of what you're doing and why, and say, oh, I need this to do this. So we're going to make this really, actually, let's push it underneath there like that. And we'll tuck it in once he's on top. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, so I'm going to pop him on his tummy and bring him forward into a similar pose like this again, because it's a fairly popular pose, so you can't really do it enough, but you can mix it up with the different props. And we have a gorgeous little hat here we're going to put on him as well. I'm going to keep his nappy on. Cute faces, hey, they pull. So because I want him to have his arms forward in this, I'm just sort of holding them up there while he's squirming. I'm going to let him relax into it. I'm going to give him a little gentle rock. And that way when I put him down, face down, I'm not having to pull his arms forward. I'm actually putting him down with his arms forward. So it's going to make positioning him a lot easier. And because he was wrapped so loosely, it's easy just to peel it off him. Just like that. Oh. So keeping your hands on them while they're wriggling, just to guide them into position, is not only going to make it easier for you to pose them, but it's also a massive safety factor, because at any point they can throw their head backwards and they could topple and fall or do anything like that. So keeping a hand on them at all times, and that means that because you've got a hand on them, if you don't have that hand on them and you start trying to move them, they're going to recognize that touch and have some type of reaction to it. But because your hands are already on them, they're used to that touch. So this little wrap that I've got at the back here, I'm actually going to use that just to tuck in behind him, because there's that hard edge. So we really want to protect him from that hard edge. Okay, so I'm just tucking that down there and sort of tucking it in around his legs so he can't kick back there. And all we have to do now is just bring this other little hand forward. Actually, Molly, in that basket over there, can you see if there's a little grey knit wrap or something that's grey that I can place over the top of him? I'm going for greys, but for different textures, and that's all about styling the actual setup to make it look, you know, really great in the photo, but to keep it nice and easy. So I'm just going to lift his head up here. His other little arm has come back, so I'm just going to drag it forward here, just gently where he's comfortable. He's going to move, and that's when we move with him. There we go. So a gentle little rocking here for him to get comfortable. Oh, it's a big yawn. Can you just drape that that just across his back there. Oh, sweetheart. So a slight adjustment, let him get comfortable. And he's looking for food. So on my little PDF that Kenna was talking about my settling techniques, you know, one of the big points is to always start the session with a baby with a full tummy. And that way, when they're nice and sleepy, if they wake up, they're not going to be hungry and looking for food on their arm. So you kind of get the picture with what I was doing here. I was going to bring his hands forward, put the little hat on and take a shot, but I'm actually going to give him back to his mum, unless he settles. And we might move on with our next baby because we have so many to photograph today. So in a session, I would give him back or just spend a little bit more time comforting him here. If he had a dummy, I might use that. A pacifier, I might use that during the session. But we are in a different situation. Oh, sweet boy. Oh, I think he just likes cuddles. Yeah, I'll pass him to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Fiona. That was wonderful. I enjoyed that. I'll see you a bit later on. Okay.
All right. Should we take a few questions here
Yes,
while you're
please.
transitioning?
Go for it. Go for it.
Great. Well, first I have one from our chat rooms. Photos As You Were wants to know, do you have recommendations for what the siblings should wear in the photo shoots? Do you mind, or do you just sort of take it as with what they come in wearing?
I like we were saying about the choice of clothing. It's a really good idea to avoid large patterns, stripes, anything on clothing. Little pretty floral dresses are always going to be acceptable on a girl as long as it's not overly saturated with colour that's too distracting to the baby. And any logos on t-shirts and things like that. But, you know, that's a dress, that's an 11-year-old girl. She's starting to really get an eye for fashion and know what she wants to wear. She's going to wear what she wants to wear, and that's her at that time in her life. And the photos are hanging on their wall. So, you know, their whole sense of clothing and style, that's them, and I have to appreciate that. So I'm not actually going to go down to the point of actually telling them what to wear, but just, you know, give them some guidelines and make sure that when they do come for a session, there's no distracting elements like those logos, patterns, bright colours. I mean, bright colours are great, but if it's like a floral pattern that's overly hectic to the eye, I would probably stay clear of it. But really soft and pretty for girls is what I probably would say to them. And with boys, just keep it really simple with a t-shirt if they don't want to do the whole skin thing, and either denim or some light coloured shorts or pants.
Sure.
So yeah, we have another baby and we're going to do some more props. It's another little baby boy, isn't it? Girl! Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a boy. So this is probably something I would set up predominantly for a boy, but I can, you know, I can use this a little bit later on. So I'm actually going to keep it set up and grab something else off my shelf. You can stay there if you like, Molly, because I'm going to need a spotter for the next one as well. I'm losing my microphone here. Any more questions?
Absolutely. So a question from Cat Lover was, why don't you always wrap around the diaper when you're doing the wraps?
Why don't I wrap around it, or why do I wrap around it?
Well, the question was, why don't you?
Don't I?
I think sometimes you leave it on, sometimes you take it off. What's the choice of
with
leaving
the
the diaper
nappy.
on? The nappy.
Oh, you know, that's a good question because in that instance, it was a material nappy which had clips, which would have been quite time consuming to take that off. So, you know, for the purpose of you guys at home to get through that as quickly as possible and cover as much as possible in the short amount of time, I just left it on, and we can hide it with with wraps and things like that. So you don't always have to take it off, but if you can, definitely. And I really wanted to leave it on while I was photographing him with his sister, just in case he did something on her pretty dress. Because she probably didn't bring a change of clothing. So yes, I'm going to do something really pretty here. She's sound asleep in there. So more towels. These are wonderful to line our props with because they're thick and they're firm, but they're also soft without having to use all your blankets all the time. So I'm just going to grab those towels and place them in this particular basket. I'm going to use this. Okay. Now this one here is really pretty. We'll use this. It's going to go with our colours as well. I'm going to go with sort of really browny tones, but with a little bit of splash of red, which I think is going to be lovely, but keep it really neutral. Just take a few things over with me and some extra towels. And I didn't turn on before because I got so carried away listening to everyone's stories, I didn't turn my white noise on. So I'm just going to put it over there because I don't want it to interfere with anything and you can hear me. But a little bit of background noise. So I just continue lining this prop. And it's got a really great lip on it where it goes down there. So I'm going to continue to line it up like this so that when we put her in here, she's sitting nice and upright. And I'll carry on with that particular pose that we were doing before so you can see it again. So just making sure that it's nice and firm, and when you push down that it doesn't sink too far down, so when you put the baby in it's not going to sink with the weight. So what I want to do at the back here is also create something for her to put her legs against so she's not going to slide backwards because she is upright. All right. So I'm going to tuck that in. All right. So now we can't see the white cloths, but we have some great texture on there and some neutral tones. I'm going to use the chocolate actually because we've got a really deep colour in there, and if I continue going with those lighter colours I'm only going to have that one solid colour, but if I can add another darker colour it'll just break it up a little bit as well. So I'm just going to drape that on there just so it's nice and soft. And then we're going to pop the little beanie on her, little bonnet, and she'll look great in there on the white background. And we might even, we might add that onto the back just to see what that looks like for a bit of texture. Okay, I'm going to grab our baby Molly. Let me take her from you. Oh, she's just smiled. She's happy to be here. Okay, so if you can come just a little bit closer to the edge of that mat, and again, Molly's sitting with her back to the backdrop, and her feet out towards me, so that she can reach over carefully with her hand and not be in the image. Shh, shh, shh. just while I'm taking this nappy off, I'm just going to rock her gently. How many days is she today? 11 days old. It's like she's looking around. So I'm just going to give her, she was nice and sleepy there. She's just opening her eyes because I've come and collected her and taken her nappy off, and I'm moving her. So I'm just going to rock her gently back to sleep there. And just these gentle rocking motions, you know, they're really calming and settling to the baby, because when they're inside the womb, they're constantly moving all the time. So they like it. It's very soothing to them. I used to notice when I was pregnant, the minute I laid down at night and stopped, the babies would start moving crazy. And because I know how I want to position her in this prop, that's why I have her arm upright. But do you have any questions while I'm doing this?
I just wondered, since you do so many sessions through the week, how do you keep yourself from like burning out and keeping your inspiration? Yeah, how do you keep that going?
Do you know, I think when you really love what you do, it's easy to keep doing it every day. It's addictive. It really is. But I make sure that I don't book more than 4 sessions a week. So my average is 3 sessions a week. And if I do start to feel tired, I just won't book so many babies in a month down the track. And I try not to work in the school holidays. So I do take time off, which is really important. It is important not to burn out. Very true, because the minute you start to feel like that, you're not going to give your clients the customer service that they need, and you're not going to be able to provide a product like a finished image as well as what you could if, you know, you were in a good place at the time of creating it. Good question. So I'm going to drag my prop here a little bit closer to me while we position her in the basket. So I'm going to scoop her little legs with my hand on her shins. Is she waking up again? No, I can't see her face. So I'm just scooping her legs backwards because I want her on her tummy. I'm going to keep this wrap on her back, not to sort of startle her with any coldness or breezes or anything like that, and just to rock her gently back to sleep. Oh, that's a big yawn, sweetheart. So I have my fingers at the back of her head and my thumb is on her forehead, and I'm gently just rocking her whole body. My other hand is just keeping this other arm in place because it's upright. I don't want her to pull it down, which is a natural instinct for babies. I want her to keep that arm up so that when she is finally nice and settled, I can just move it up and underneath her chin. Where did I put that little hat? Oh, here. So I'm going to get you to come just probably a little bit closer just to help me here while I put this hat on. So I would have mum or dad, whoever was comfortable, to come and sit down on the floor with me to help me with all of this. And I just tell them where to place their hand. So I want you to put this hand just at the back of her head here to support it so it's not going to fall downwards. That's it. Just relax. So this gorgeous little bonnet was made by Monkey Moo Moo. Okay, so now I'm going to put my thumb where Molly's hand is, and she can pull it away, and the baby's head's not going to move while I bring this down and under here. So I'm doing this now before I've positioned her hands, because I need to lift her head to put this under, this little side bit underneath, but I'm also going to, while I'm doing that, bring that hand in as well. So I'm not having to do two movements. I'm not lifting her head to put the strap under, and then I'm not lifting her head to position her hand. Well, hopefully not having to. So when they start to move like that, just wait for them to stop. I'm just grabbing her fingers here. I'm going to roll her fingers out with mine and then scoop that hand in underneath her chin. Oh, she's smiling. Okay, so I have her fingers open, and by doing this, when I lift her head with my other hand, I can scoop that hand in up and underneath her chin. And I was able to bring the other side of that bonnet through as well at the same time. Okay. So I'm going to get you to place your hand back where it was before, just to stop her head from feeling like it's going to fall backwards. We want her to feel nice and secure the whole time she's in here. So I'm just going to tie that gently. I'm not going to put it in a bow or anything, I'm just going to let that hang down. Okay. So now while she's sort of fairly set up at the front here, I'm just going to see what's going on at the other end with her legs. And take her nappy off. And she's having a squirm. There we go. So we're just about ready to take our shot. I'm going to move the basket by keeping my hands on her at all times. There we go. She's moving, I'm moving with her. Bring her arms back up to the top. That's a girl. Just move your hand away for me for a minute, Molly. By gently rocking them like this, it's a really, really easy way just to settle them back into that position. So I want these back legs to make sure that they're positioned so that she's not going to roll from either side as well. So I'm just going to bring this leg here just out just a little bit. There we go. Okay, so we'll just slide this prop back just gently. So I have my hand on her at all times, and that's perfect, just there. I'm going to use this just to prop up her elbow here because she's just falling to the side a bit. So I'm just going to scoop my hand in underneath and push this up under this elbow. You can see that's just given her a little bit of height there. Now the only thing we need to do is just bring her little chin around to the front and we're ready to take a photo. She's got her fingers all crossed over under here. Going to try and untangle them so she's nice and comfortable, because the weight of her head on her fingers, if they're all tangled under there, it's not going to be very comfortable and she's going to want to continually move to get comfy. Yep, that's a good idea. She's wrestling with me. Right, let's take that off. It's getting everywhere. So she is not she's not screaming, she's not crying, she's just trying to get herself comfortable here. And I'm going to readjust her legs again because she's moved those, which means her top half has moved. I'm going to bring her back feet out. I've got hold of her shins. Shh, 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 shh. There we go. Okay. Pardon? She's got a tight grip. She grabs hold of everything. She got hold of this net wrap back here. So I'm just bringing that hand forward just a little bit, just to support the back of her head there as well. She's squirmer. Okay, so we're going to get a safe shot. I'm not going to bother tying the bonnet or anything like that, but I think it's going to make a really good for this particular shot. So I'm just going to lay it gently over her and just tuck it in underneath this hand. All right, this is my safe shot. She has a fist under there. Fists, you know, can be sort of pulled out and things like that, but I'm not too concerned about that because this little face here is just adorable. Okay, so Molly, I'm going to move back to take my shot, and when I'm ready to take it, I just want you to lift your hand just carefully, just above here, so that it's easy to get rid of. It's going to take 2 seconds, and then you can place it back down on her back where she's nice and secure. Okay, I'm going to get an exposure shot first, so you can leave your hand there. Okay, how does that look on the screen? Might come down just a bit more. Okay, and now just lifting your hand for me, Molly. Up, great, and down. And that's how quick it is. So she looks pretty cute. If you wanted to continually, you know, work with her to bring those fingers out, you could do that. I'm pretty happy with the way that turned out, so I'm going to move on to the next one. Are you happy to sit there for a second? Did you get to see it on the screen? She looks beautiful, doesn't she? This is another great prop that's been brought into us from Pixie Props. It's really heavy, and I would have the baby on top of it like we did yesterday. So I'll just do something very similar to that again.
Kelly, once again, seeing the parents, the family's reaction is just, it's so special. It's so beautiful. And when they see those final images later, it's going to be so impactful.
Definitely. Because we have a beautiful little girl, we're going to keep with this really light, airy sort of style of things. So what we're going to do is carefully just move, because this is so heavy and I want to continue to use this. I'm going to support her here, and we're just going to slide the basket very carefully. So if you can just keep your hand on her back for me. I've got my hand in front of her head. I'll just move her down here, just gently. And I moved in a fairly sort of slow motion because I don't want to startle her at all. So just keep your hand up there nice and high on her back, and we'll set this up. Keep it nice and soft because it's a little girl. Okay, I'm just going to warm my hands again in front of the heater before I go touching her. So peel that little hat off. And I'm going to slide my hands in. I'm probably going to slide my hands in underneath this soft brown rat. I can peel that off in a second, only because it's going to get tangled up anyway. Slide my hand in underneath her shins. Make sure I've got all the little feet and toes. And just pull her out gently. So I'm just going to turn her. I'm going to position her in my hands. It's a little bit hard to see because I've turned my back, sorry. So I want to position her feet a certain way, so I'm going to do that in my hands before I actually place her down. So I'm just going to cross those over, like that, and I'm going to put her pretty much down in this position. So if we just spin this around just a little bit, so actually the other way. Peel this little brown wrap out. Make sure it's not tangled on any of her little fingers, because if you try to pull a bit of that knit, it could hurt her fingers. There we go. Okay, so she's in an amazing position here, which is perfect for what we want to do. I was able to turn her. I didn't have to turn the prop, which is great. So she's pulled her little legs out, but that's all right. We've still got her nice and settled. Can you bring your hand and put it on her lower back there for me? Great, just gently, not pushing down, just so she knows you're there. Okay. Right. You can slide a little bit closer if you like, Molly, if that's easier. Okay, so I'm going to tuck her little legs up underneath her now. By putting my fingers underneath her shins, I can lift her up to cross these feet back over again. And this is a great way to see all the little toes, and to bring her knee forward just a little bit there. And to stop her from sort of pushing out, we can just tuck up under there a bit. Okay. So I'm just going to readjust her hand underneath her face there, because her face is kind of down a little bit, so we want to pull it up. And by pulling it up and bringing her hand under her cheek, we're going to be able to see more of her face. Just keep your hand, bring your hand back down here and put your thumb just on her feet, and that'll stop her from pushing her legs out. So I'm slide my fingers underneath her head there, very gently. Shh, shh, shh. There we go. And do you see the difference that made, being able to see her little face? Now I am just going to slide her back this way a little bit because the top of this surface is slightly curved and we don't want her head to be going down because she'll come out of position. So I'll just bring her back to the middle, just very carefully. I'm just pulling the blanket back and now she's in the center. Anything that's wooden has such great texture in photos. So just keep your hand now up onto the back. I'm just going to adjust her little feet here a bit more. And by tucking this foot here and crossing it over, we're actually raising her bottom a little bit as well, which is giving her a bit of a shape. She's not laying too flat. But I'm ready to take a photo of that because I think that's absolutely adorable and so soft. I'm just going to turn her slightly. Okay, and I'm going to get down nice and low because she's so low to the ground. So I'm going to take a test shot again and then I'm going to get Molly to raise her hand for me. And that looks pretty good. So on the count of 3, Molly, just lift your hand not too high. 1, 2, 3, and back down. And that is it. I would come in and get a beautiful little side profile shot of her face because that's just adorable. And you can see all these little curves of her shoulder and her arm and the side of her face. You could get as many close-ups as possible in positions like this, and you could shoot it from as many angles as possible to find your perfect angle and what you love doing. And that is it. We have finished with this beautiful baby now that she's sound asleep. All right, thank you so much, Molly.
All right, so we're going to, Kelly, ask you a few questions as you transition, get that baby out of there. So the first one is from 1,000 Words Photography. Kelly, do you ever photograph newborns with family pets? And if so, do you have any
Sorry,
advice?
do I ever pose newborns with what?
With pets, family pets.
I do. I do. If they're happy to bring them to my house, most definitely.
And any advice on that? Talk about toddlers being a challenge, but add pets in there.
You know, that's a lengthy discussion with the parents. If they have an animal that they want their child photographed with, I need to make sure that that animal is okay with children. Even, you know, I love animals. I have a cat and 2 dogs. They're the most beautiful animals, but I don't trust my cat at all with other people's children. So I have to make sure that when I am working with animals that the parents have control of that animal and it can understand instructions, especially a dog. I recently did a photo shoot which meant so much to me because they had been referred to me by a couple of people that I'd already photographed. They were 2 police officers and they had a 12-year-old police dog and he had been retired and I was able to photograph this beautiful dog with their baby. And I can't show you the image because I've kind of entered it into some awards that are happening next weekend, but the dog is in the photo with the baby and it's absolutely beautiful. It's such a precious moment for them to have as well. So if you get that request, just make sure you go to all lengths to find out and then make sure that that dog is suitable to photograph. Or, I mean, cats, I would imagine, would be a little bit different because they just don't sit still. But yeah, dogs, get as much information about the animal and the family as possible before you even attempt it to know that they're capable of doing it.
Absolutely. We have one more, and maybe you can even explain it as you're setting up for your next baby. But we have a couple different questions from Genevieve Photo and from Callie. How do you decide if a prop is best for a boy or a girl? And do you have specific poses you use for boys or girls, or is it all the same?
I tend to use the same poses for either a boy or a girl. Doesn't matter at all. I think they all look so beautiful in every single one of them. So But when it comes to props for girls, I mean, I've used the same props for boys and girls, but there are some things that are a little bit more rustic and that have that kind of boyish quality to them, which is great, and you can dress it, you know, in sort of beautiful dark tones and things like that, or even light tones and whites. But when it comes to girls, I like to keep it really, really soft and simple. I think that's pretty. So, one more question?
One more question. This is from Katie Bell Photo, who said, I've dealt with a few parents who are worried about germs, especially those with preemies, even going so far as to bring their own blankets to the session. I know we've talked about, generally you don't have the parents bring their own, or sometimes they do, but didn't want me to use any of my own props and blankets. How would you handle a situation like that?
If they're happy to bring their own things and you can use them, definitely, because it's their session. I always reassure my clients that everything is washed, everything is sanitized. I go to the point of when they arrive in my home to tell them I'm going to go wash my hands, so they know I'm going to lengths for sanity. No, sanitizing, I don't know what I'm saying. But yes, I always reaffirm them that everything in my studio is clean. I'm not going to spread any germs, anything like that. And if at any point I'm unwell, I'll cancel that session, because there's no point in risking a baby or a family with infection.
Great. Let's move on
Are we
to
ready?
the next shoot.
We're gonna work with this beautiful boat we've been talking about for the last couple of days. I'm so excited about this, and we have a gorgeous little boy. So I'm actually going to sanitize my hands because I'm going from one baby to the next. I've been washing them constantly for the last couple of days because I've had to deal with so many precious little babies. But he is just beautiful and sound asleep. So hopefully we will get this this cranking. This is not a prop I have in my studio, so I'm using it for the first time. So you'll be able to see how I set it up, which is great because, you know, it's new to me and we can sort of play with it together.
So I just wanted to give a shout out
Yes.
for this beautiful boat because what we ended up doing for this workshop was seeking out on Etsy, looking for beautiful props. I mean, this is a newborn workshop, and Etsy truly is the place. I can't think of personally a better place to go to find beautiful props for any type of photography, really, whether it's newborns, whether it's children, fashion. It's truly the home of all things handmade, and a place where you can find just beautiful handmade items that are one of a kind. And so wanted to give a very special shout out to Mr. and Mrs. and Co. And if you go to etsy.com/shop/Mr. all written out, the word and, Mrs. and Co., and we'll be dropping that in the chat rooms. You can go and see and find their beautiful pieces, and they are providing a very special 10% off discount for everybody out there, for all of Creative Livers who go to their Etsy site. It is Creative Live 1 is the code, and that is good through tomorrow, so all through Mother's Day. I see the ladies in the room here writing down that note, writing down the code. You can find out more about that on our Facebook page as well, on our blog as well. But thank you again to Mr. and Mrs. and Co. And again, Etsy, what an incredible place, so thank you.
All right, are we ready?
Ready.
Along with this boat, we've actually been given some great little features that go with it to use. So they've sent us some bunting, which is just absolutely adorable. So I'm going to hang that up the back here so it's in the photo. And then we're going to use this gorgeous little anchor as well as a great little feature. So I think this is just going to be the cutest little setup. We might put the bunting up first in our background here. And I have some little clamps on my backdrop stand. Who's going to be my helper? Come on over. Before you come, would you be able to... grab some clamps off my backdrop stand. Great. So I suppose being a newborn photographer, we also have to be quite resourceful when doing things like this. I want to hang it so you can see it in the image, but I don't want to have to shoot too high. So probably about there. So if we put one clamp there, you right with that one? Does it get hold of the... Hang on, watch your fingers. There we go. And I'll have that one. So we should see that in our picture when we position the boat down nice and low. It's always really fun setting up a new prop and something, you know, that you haven't used before. I get really excited when I buy something, and like I was saying yesterday, yeah, I look at it and I try to put all my energy on it, and I'm like, please pick it so I can use it. And of course, you know, it doesn't always plan out that way. So, keeping with the nautical theme, I'm going to add some blue in. And we'll just make this nice and soft here. And it's hollow on the inside, so we're going to line it with some towels and prop him up. But I'm thinking when we put the anchor in, we'll put it down here, so we want to balance that with putting our baby up this way. I think this is going to look so cute, and we can make this look really, really soft as well. I'll come over and grab him in a minute when we're all set up, ready to go. Okay, so we've got some towels. And this is very similar to my bottom colour, so I'm actually going to use a little bit of this that you'll be able to see at the top here as well. And we don't want to fill it too much so we can see him, but might just roll the top of this. So this will create the shelf part. And sort of slide it in here. You know, we have such a great opportunity as newborn photographers to really get creative with the way we do things. It's so much fun. Okay, that's going to be really nice and firm for him to sit on. And what I might do is not use this one because we filled it off enough. And just roll a couple of these up at the back. Here. Actually put that over the top so you can't see it. Okay. So I've made this little well here. This is where his body's pretty much going to go, and he's going to come up here into a nice, beautiful position. I mean, even if we can get an arm draping down the side, it'd be really pretty. Really cute. Make sure it's nice and comfortable. He's not going to be touching any sides of the boat, which is a solid prop like I've been talking about, but when you touch the sides, it's actually a little bit rough and the edges are not rounded, so it's best to have him inside and not touching any of those sides. Okay, and we can tuck that in a little bit more once he's in there. And just to bring back a little bit of a splash of white, we might just drape this over the top. All right, and then we can position our little anchor in here as well. So I reckon that is going to look really cute. Okay, let's grab our baby. Is he still nice and sleepy? Okay, let me just place my hands under him. And he's got a nappy on, yep. How many days is he today? 11, and what's his name, sorry? Maxwell. I haven't had a chance to meet Maxwell, so he's 11 days old today. I'm going to come in and sit in behind while I position him so that everybody can see what I'm doing. So So he has his nappy on just loosely, so I'm just going to undo that. Okay, so again, he's going to be going onto his tummy, up onto this particular side. So I'm going to turn him first upright and position his little hands in my, and then turn him onto his tummy. He's so lovely and warm. So just with my fingers on his shins, I'm scooping his little legs back underneath him there. Okay. I'm supporting his head as I put him down. I pull this little arm here back to support him. And he's tense. That's all right. We'll just wait for him to relax. Okay, come a little bit closer. Just pop your hand, actually come a little, like a fair bit closer, and I want you to pop your hand just up here to stop him, because he's got his legs the way they are, if he was to push back against that prop, he could launch himself forward. So having a hand at the top of the head, not pushing him, but just preventing him from going forward is the best thing to do. So we just pulled it nappy out. Okay. Is he smiling? Oh. So I'm just making sure at the back here that there's enough protection between him and the prop. I'm just going to relax that little foot out there. I even have it like this. You can see the little pin pricks, the needle pricks he's had in his heel. I might use this nappy at the back here as a support as well, just to fold it. Now that will save me from having to get up and going and finding another one, because it's so handy and it's perfect. So I'm just going to place it in under here so he won't be able to see it, but just underneath his elbow. You can see him leaning backwards there. A bit like an armrest, really. Okay, I'm going to come around the front now to adjust these little hands and everything. You know what would be really cute, and I saw it in a photo with this particular boat on the Etsy site? Someone had made a little newspaper sailor's hat. It was the most adorable thing. So, you know, you can do anything to create these setups to make them a little bit more fun and interesting. Or if you have the perfect little bonnet or something to go with this. So you can see his face is sort of heading down. We want to bring this hand down. Because it's like that, by bringing that hand forward, it's going to raise his chin and we're going to be able to see his little face. Just keep your hand, is it nice and warm? Just place your hand on his back so that way, while I'm moving him, he's going to feel supported back there. Oh, that's cute. I've put some double-sided sticky tape on that anchor before the shoot, just at the top there, just so it's not constantly falling down as well. So now we'll just bring this other arm forward to help support his little head. And because this is quite an elaborate setup, I would really take the time to get this pose perfect, because we're going to great lengths for a setup. We really want to make sure it looks great. Pulling downwards, and just pull his elbow back forward there. So another common thing that I've noticed when I am working with babies is that their thumbs are always under their hand, and to get them into this nice flat pose, you have to make sure that their thumbs are out, otherwise it's going to make it very hard for them to have their fingers flat. So he has his thumb all the way forward there, so what I'm going to do is have to lift his head just a little bit more and scoop that thumb in underneath his hand. Just going to come in a bit closer. You can see. There's his little thumb. I don't want him to pull this other arm forward, so what I'm going to ask you to do with your hand is just to place it at the base of his elbow there. That's it, and just put your thumb in behind his arm, and that way he's not going to drag his arm back down underneath him and we have to start all over again. There we go, that thumb is now through there and you can see that it sits a little bit flatter. Make sure these cute little fingers are out. And together. So his head is going to fall slightly, and this is another instant that we can use our spotter and her finger to support his head throughout this shot, and I think it's going to look so much better. So I'm going to support him, and I'm going to get you to come and sit on this side. Ideally, it wouldn't be the most perfect side, but the direction of our light is actually coming in from here, so it's not a side light, so it's okay. She's not going to block too much light. And just, yep, get nice and comfortable there. Might just bring his chin around just a little bit more. There we go, face forward. I don't want to cover any part of his body. Tuck this down at the back so you can't see it. Okay, so with your hand like that, hold your fingers up right, that's it. And you're going to come in just under here where my hand is. So what I'm going to do is just lift my hand out. Now it's important not to push their head, but just to let their head rest against your finger. So just bring out this part here, that is perfect. I'm happy with the way his fingers are there because all of them are, not two or just one. All of his fingers are clenched in around there. That's kind of cute. So what I'm going to do is get a quick okay, just lift his head just a little bit more. That's it. Up, up, up. Keep going. Perfect. Come in nice and close. We're going to miss our bunting, but I want to get a... And just lift up a little bit more again. Perfect. So he is supported throughout the whole shot, and that's just going to look gorgeous when it's edited. Just making sure my hands aren't cold. So we could bring another little support in if we needed to underneath, but I have my spotter there, so she was able to do that, and he keep a hand on him at all times. I wouldn't bother, trying to continually bring fingers out if the baby prefers to have their fingers clenched together, because you're just going to waste time, and you can still get beautiful shots of them wrapped around each other like we just did then. So he's not wanting to bring his head around, so that's why we get that safe shot, and then we can come in and make an adjustment, and that way if we can keep going here, get his little head around a little bit more. There we go. And now we can get a bit more of a front-on shot here. Oh, that is cute. So we bring our finger support back in, right where he can rest his head there, and we can clone that out easily. And just lift up a little bit more, that's it. Right, and we are done. Any questions?
First of all, everyone is just so mesmerized, and the delicate care is truly incredible. We did have a question.
We do. We actually have a great question regarding props that I think really ties into watching you set up a little bit more of a complex multi-prop setup here. Let's see. Pleasantly Captured wants to know, when purchasing knit props, and really any props, what do you take into consideration when you're buying them and choosing them?
Yeah. So when using any type of knit prop, you're always going to have that issue of baby's fingers and toes going through it, so you just have to be careful when you're using them. I love anything that's really, really soft, so not buying a knit that's itchy or scratchy, but loose knits you're always going to have to be very careful with their fingers and toes going through it. And if you do try and pull it and their little finger is caught in there, we're going to essentially hurt his little fingers or toes, so we have to be careful.
Well, I just want to give another shout out to our Etsy shop that we went to and donated this beautiful boat. You can find all of their other, I was just looking at their page. It's etsy.com/shop/Mr. and Mrs. Co. Sorry, Mr. and Mrs. and Co. And again, at their shop, you can get 10% off through tomorrow, through Mother's Day, for any of their beautiful props there. And so go and check them out, and thank you again. And very cool to note for these lovely ladies in here is that one of you is going to go home with the boat. So they are kindly donating that and giving it away as a prize. So very, very cool. So we do have some more. We have some more questions. Do we have? We have about 15 minutes or so, Kelly, to do some more questions with you.
That would be great. That would be really great, because the internet has just been bombarded with questions. So yeah, I'm happy to answer anything. But I was sitting in my hotel room last night, and I could not get through the amount of questions that were coming through. So fire away.
All right. Well, let's start in our studio audience.
Kelly, when you tell the parents to come to the studio, do you tell them to dress the baby in just the diaper, or do they come in their little onesies, or how do you?
So when they come for the session, they're usually just dressed how the mum and dad would dress them any day. So I've got them pretty much in anything. But when we bring our clients into the studio, so say for example that particular client had come into the studio, I would bring them in, ask them to undress their baby. That's the first thing I always get them to do, is undress their baby and use either one of their wraps or one of my wraps, and leave the nappy between the legs. So like, because my studio is so small and I'm there with them, if they just place the nappy loosely between their legs and undo that sticky side, I'm not going to wake them up when I pull that nappy off. But by having the nappy between their legs, if the baby needs feeding and mum sits down, the baby's already undressed, so when you know, gets nice and milk drunk and sleepy from having a feed, I can just quickly take that baby and then pull the nappy out from between its legs, and I can get ready to shoot straight away without having to undress and wake up and fiddle too much with the baby. So always undress first, wrap loosely, leave the nappy between the legs. If the baby needs feeding, let it feed, and then we can get started. Great.
When you're shooting the babies on the days that you shoot, do you always just wear that one wedding band so it doesn't scratch the baby?
Oh, my wedding ring.
Is that your wedding band?
Yeah.
So you don't wear any, like I always take mine off and so it doesn't scratch?
Do you know, it's a really good point actually, because we don't know what allergies or potential allergies anyone could have. So I actually don't wear any makeup. I don't wear perfume, and I wear a very sensitive deodorant as well. Because if I'm holding that baby up, and even if I just turn to touch the mum, if I had makeup on and that baby was sensitive to the mum and my face came into contact with that baby, it could cause a reaction, I don't know. So I would just rather be safe than sorry. And when it comes to jewelry, I don't wear any. I usually don't wear earrings in a session. Sometimes I will leave them in if they're a stud or something like that, but anything dangly, if the baby's arms came up and got caught in a dangly earring, that could hurt me, but also it could hurt the baby if it was scratchy. So I don't wear necklaces, and I I leave my wedding band on, and my fingernails are always short so that I'm not scratching the baby. I noticed there's quite a few of you have got beautiful nails. They're actually not too bad because they have a very soft rounded edge, but normal fingernails, especially mine, they're not very strong, so when they're long they can be quite scratchy. So I always make sure they're short before a session as well.
That's great. We have another question from our chat room. Yvette Gioa wants to know if you could talk more about balancing calming the baby and getting the baby to go to sleep versus keeping the session from being unreasonably long. How do you find that balance?
Yeah. So if you've got a baby that's just continually fussing, allow that baby to settle with its parents. If I can't settle a baby, I will give it back to the parents, because there's usually a reason why it's unsettled. And yes, you don't want your session to be unusually long, but if you've got a baby that is awake and is not fussing, photograph the baby awake. You can get some gorgeous images, and as you can see on the wall, the baby was awake, it blinked. So I can still get a sleepy looking image, but you know, it's just one of those things. You have to keep an eye on the time of the session. Be aware of how your parents are feeling if they're starting to get agitated because the baby's not sleeping, because they have expectations as well when they come for a session. They feel bad when their baby's not doing it, but you know what? It's just the baby on the day. You can't make it go to sleep, and photograph it while it's awake. Use some wraps to wrap around the baby, put it in some beautiful textures. Get photos of the parents holding the baby while it's awake. Utilize that time if you are running out of time and you can sense that the parents are starting to get a little bit uneasy. So you don't have to have a sleeping baby all the time. You can still get beautiful images with them awake if they're calm.
Great. Another question from Jennifer Garner. I always overshoot. I know that one. About how many images do you end up with at the end of the session unedited? I noticed that you take only about 2 to 3 per pose, which is one of the most valuable lessons I'm getting out of this, as well as how deliberate you are.
Yeah.
So if you could remind us again about that.
When I was starting, you know, like when I was starting out, I overshot all the time. Oh my God, I would have hundreds of images to go through. But now I want to get through my sessions as quickly as possible because my time's valuable and the client's time is valuable. So I am very aware of what angles I like now because I've been shooting for so long. But if you're just starting out and you're trying to find those angles, get the baby into position. Come in from this angle, come in from that angle, shoot it from above, shoot it from below. Find the angles that you love. I know that I'm going to use 4 to 5 poses on a beanbag. I'm going to shoot those poses from about 2 to 3 different angles. They're going to fill my gallery. I'm going to use some props. I'm going to shoot the prop from back. I'm going to come in close and get a shot of the baby, and I'm going to, you know, that's 2 images, but I suppose when I was first starting out with props, I would shoot it from as many different angles to see what I liked. But now I can look inside my camera, I can see my frame, I look at the foreground, the background and the middle ground and make sure it's all sort of aesthetically pleasing to the eye, but that just comes with practice. So when you're trying to find that perfect angle and look at your images and go, right, that's it, then you can start to take less shots. I now do take a couple of shots because I've noticed that, when I download them, the eye line might not be in focus, so I make sure I take a couple of shots just to nail that focus because I really want it to be crisp. So that's why I probably take less photos, but I do take a couple of in the same position to make sure I get that focus.
Great. And Kelly, continuing on that topic of when you first started and the difference between, beginning photographer and a really experienced photographer, I know I hear a lot of talk within various parts of the photography industry, and especially there's been a lot of talk in the chat rooms about this. Well, you've obviously set up your business around your family. Your family is your priority, and your business works around your lifestyle. What do you recommend to photographers out there who are struggling with feeling maybe not quite respected within the photography world for being a mom with a camera or for choosing this particular genre of photography? Did you ever struggle with that? And what's your best advice for people?
I did. I really struggled with that, and I was embarrassed to tell people I was a photographer because it was like, oh, my niece is a photographer, oh, my uncle's a photographer. So it took me a while to value what I do and be able to look at my work and say, wow, I've created this, I'm proud of this. So I need to be proud, and I need to tell people that I'm proud of my work. And it took me a long time to realize that. And I mean, even coming here and walking on set, I know I can do this well. I love doing this. I'm not the best person at it, but that's okay because there are so many amazing photographers out there, especially newborn photographers. But I had to be reminded myself to come onto this set with confidence. And it took a friend of mine to remind me of that. So I still have those moments of, wow, I'm not good at this. Why am I here? All of those things, and promoting my own work. So having that as a mum with a camera, I think it goes back to yesterday when we were talking about stop worrying about what other people think, especially other photographers. Concentrate on your business, learn your craft, practice, have persistence, and be patient, and it will come. But if you spend more time on the internet going through other people's websites, reading other people's posts, looking at other people's photos, you're not going to have enough time to concentrate on your own business, and you're not going to spend that time looking at your own business to see where your downfalls are and where you need to improve. So I needed to get my kick up the bum. Someone said the other day, what was the kick up the bum she got? And I'm like, I needed to stop looking and worrying about what everyone else is doing, address the issues that were happening in my own business, and get the right person into my studio to help me address those issues. I had to pay to do it, but it was worth every single cent, every cent. So I know where you're at. I know what it's like to feel like I'm just another mum with a camera, but I'm now in a place where I can say I'm proud because I've stopped concentrating on what other people think, and I do what I love, and I get up every day with a smile on my face. So it's really important to just stop worrying about what other people think.
Thank you for that, Kelly. I mean, I think that is so hard to do, to wake up every day and do. Our minds so quickly go there. And that constant reminder every day, waking up with a smile and focusing on what you're doing. So thank you. We have another question before we go to break. That I was pleased to see from Senabi, who's Natasha in New Jersey. Do you ever get babies with special needs or with some sort of outside abnormalities? And if so, how do you photograph that and still make the parents feel great about their photos?
Do you know, every baby is so different, regardless of their needs. They're still a newborn baby. They're still needing to be fed. They're still needing to be held. They're still sleepy, like they're still a baby. They're still someone's precious being that they've brought into this world. So we need to, if we're having thoughts about, any of that, we need to step back and look at it from the parent's perspective. And they've come to us with their baby, and they're wanting to capture that moment with their baby. So it's not about us. It's about them and giving them what they want and finding that beautiful connection, finding out those beautiful little features, because regardless of any particular baby, or if it has some type of special need, photograph it, and photograph it well and proudly for those parents, because they're still so proud of their baby.
Well, and Kelly, what I loved about seeing that question is that we realized we had not yet told people what one of the babies that we're going to be photographing later today. Do you want to talk about that baby?
Yeah. We have a beautiful little baby coming in. She is the 6th child for this amazing family, and she has Down syndrome. So she's going to be coming in, and we're going to be working with her, and you will see that it will be the exact same process, the same approach as any other newborn session. So it's going to be really special.
We're very much looking forward to that. It's a very, very special day. So Mother's Day. Mother's Day. We're going to take our first 15-minute break, everyone. Kelly, let's talk about what we're going to do when we come back.
Okay, we've got a family coming in, and they have 3 children. So we're going to pose them together, and if that doesn't work because we've got a couple of toddlers, we're going to try a different setup. But we've got a backup in case our first setup doesn't work, and then we have another baby coming in after that, which we're going to do some more work on the beanbag with. So that's exciting.
Great. Well, there is so much love coming in from the internet today on Mother's Day. Special Moments said, "My photography fell because I cared about others in that stress, and I stopped producing good photos. And because of your words, I have gone back and looked at my previous work. That was great, and I'm going to focus on that again."
I just got goosebumps.
Thank you. Thank you. And these images will be treasured for generations. Thank you for sharing your process and your work. And I love that. That's what we're doing here is think about the generations of all of these babies. How many babies will we have photographed over the course of these 3 days?
I think it's 22.
And 22. And for their children and for their grandchildren, this is why we're here. This is why we're doing what we're doing, and what a gift.
What a gift. And it's such an incredible area of photography to be in. It's such a rewarding kind of photography to do for the families and for yourself personally. If you connect with this kind of photography, you love to work with families and with newborns, and you really want to hone your craft and run a successful business, this workshop plus the bonus materials are the perfect stepping stone to get there and to build it for yourself, to take Kelly's expertise and her advice and her amazing techniques and make them your own and find a way to build this into your own business. So the great thing is all available to you for only $149, and today's the day. For Mother's Day, if you want to give this gift to yourself or to anybody else really, it's $99 only until the end of today, 9 p.m. tonight Pacific time. So really, I can't encourage you enough if this is the kind of photography to you. We've seen all the days of filming. We have even more coming this afternoon, plus the bonus materials of the posing guide, the pricing guide, the bonus photo sessions that we shot previously, and now as well, Kelly's tips about soothing the babies and getting them to go to sleep. It's really an incredible package that I would imagine any photographer interested in this would love to have. So give yourself a great Mother's Day gift. Click on that green Buy Now button and make it happen.
We'll see you back in 15 minutes, everyone. Welcome back from break, everyone. We are here with Kelly Brown on our final day celebrating Mother's Day in our newborn posing workshop. And before we hand you back over to Kelly and baby Owen, we're going to give away a prize.
That's right. Right now we have a Triple Scoop Music single song gift certificate to give away. So thank you very much, Triple Scoop. The winner came to us from Facebook, and it's Ileana Gonzalez. The quote from Kelly that she loved and sent in was, "It's all about that final image and finding the best flow for the family." So thank you very much, Ileana. That's perfect.
All right, fantastic. Well, we have little baby Owen who is ready for us. So back over to you, Kelly.
He is. He's 15 days old. So we're kind of, he's been around for a couple of weeks now, and he's probably getting more aware to sounds and touch, and he's probably staying awake just a little bit longer in the day, is he?
Yeah.
So I'm actually going to do a couple of poses with him on the beanbag, and I purposely haven't bought my backdrop stand in this time because I'm going to use a couple of the girls from our live audience to hold the backdrop up to show you that if you are in an environment where you don't have a backdrop stand, or if you don't have, anything suitable to peg your backdrop to, you can just position the baby and then get someone to stand behind and just lift the backdrop for you. So it's not necessary to have a backdrop stand, but it is great and it is convenient. But we're going to get started. We're going to use a nice chocolate brown rug for our baby boy. So this is just another throw that I've bought from a homeware store. It's got a slight little pattern through it, but it's not too busy, which is what I like. If you like busy, do busy, but I prefer to go with more natural tones and less features. So we're going to see how he goes with the taco pose, which is like the image that's up on the wall over there. So it's where we bring the feet up underneath the baby. Some babies can quite easily do that comfortably, but other babies don't necessarily like to have their feet up underneath them, or to that extent. So that little baby was actually born breech, because I remember that session so clearly, talking to the parents about how flexible she was, and she said yes, she was born like that with her feet up in her face. So it was it's really good to know that as well, without having to push a baby into a position that they're not going to be comfortable with. I'm also, with the taco pose, I also like to use a wrap just to make them feel a little bit more secure, because their back is arched, is rounded. So I'm going to put a nice little knit wrap, this little chocolate one, which will go well here, around little baby Owen. And then once I'm sort of ready, we'll get two girls to come over and hold the, actually even just one is fine, just to come over and hold the backdrop stand up. So, but this is probably the only setup that I will do where I will put a prop in underneath the blankets to start with, because we want to create a little bit of a shelf, which is like what we've been doing with our props. So a shelf for his head and his hands to go on, so that his feet are comfortable underneath him and he's not laying flat on his feet. So I'm just going to use a couple of these. We'll fold them over like that, and we'll slide them in under our bottom layer. And I've created my well in the middle as well, so we've got an even bigger shelf without having to put too much height in there at all. But we're going to put his head up here and his bottom down here, and he's going to be facing back towards the light. Okay, I'm going to come and grab him. Just lean him back into my hand. Now before I actually pose him, what I'm going to do is, we had a really good question yesterday on the internet about circumcision and things like that, and how careful you would be. He's actually just had his done, so we're going to leave his nappy on, and I'm going to pop a little pair of pants on him with a little hat. So actually I might not use the wrap. Well, I won't need it now, come to think of it. So this gorgeous little set is from Monkey Moo Moo. Again, she makes beautiful knit products. So I'm just going to slide the pants on over the top of his nappy. Oh, he's adorable. So I'm keeping my hand on his face because I was adjusting his legs side there just to help him feel a little bit more secure. And what I'm going to do is while I'm playing with his bottom half here, putting these pants on, I'm just going to bring the wrap up over his arms. You can see already just with the way he's laying that he's quite comfortable with his little feet up. So we should be able to do this pose perfectly. Aren't they just the cutest? I'm just carefully placing them on. They're nice and stretchy, so they are easy to get on, but I'm going to do it nice and slowly because I do not want him to wake up. So these little things are great when it comes to a baby with a particular circumcision, but if you don't have any pants, just a little piece of fabric or a knit just to drape over the nappy area is also a really cheap way to do it, because I know that some sort of props and things like that, when to buy quite a lot of them, can get quite costly. So if you're just starting out and you want to sort of solve these situations, I would just use fabric or get a pair of knitting needles and some wool, if you know how to knit. So I'm going to tie a little bow there so they don't come off. All right, I'm going to put his hat on because he's nice and out to it here. He looks beautiful in these colours. Gorgeous skin. So I want to tie it to the side that we're going to see. He's going to be facing this way. So he is facing this way at the moment, so I want to tie the tie here, not underneath where we won't see it. It's a little bow. Okay. So I'm going to turn him over in my hands and get him roughly into the position that I want him to be in my hands before I put him down. So I'm not having to do too many major adjustments while he's down. So I'll bring his legs up and I'm going to hold them into place with my stomach. So having something to sit on is really handy in these situations when you're working on the bag, because you're at such a good height to transition them over. And you're sort of at a good sitting angle as well to have them on your lap and working with them. We want this back arm to be a support arm up like this, not underneath, so he doesn't roll backwards. So we're just going to turn him gently. So I'm going to hold that hand where I want it, up underneath his chin, and continue to turn him. Don't think those baby sounds get old, do they? They're just too cute. Even though they keep you awake at night. So he's in a pretty good position there. His feet are crossed over. His hand is in the place that I want it to be in. So when I slide him down, we're really not going to have to do too much except for maybe put some props in beside him or under him to support him. And we have we're going to face him sort of forward that way, but lay his body the other way so his feet are forward. And that hand is under the face, making it come upwards so we can see his little face. And he had his feet perfectly up. So I'm going to tuck that nappy in, but you can see just here, he needs a little bit of support at the back of him. So I'm going to place one of these in underneath him. It's also going to stop him from rolling backwards. Okay. Let's make a couple of adjustments. And who's going to help me? Who's going to come and hold our birthday girl can come and help us. Okay. I'll just tuck this down so we can't see it. Okay, I just want to raise him just a little bit more, maybe pull his elbow back and his face and turn his face upright, just a little bit more. So I'm just pulling his hand out towards me, which will help support his face. Holding it in place while he's having a wriggle. We want to see these feet, so we don't want that elbow to cover that foot, but it can rest on top of that foot. Okay, so now I'm just going to lift him slightly here by folding a couple of these props in underneath. Oh, he's ticklish. Okay, now if you stand up behind the blanket, facing me, directly facing me, come around a little bit more, keep coming. Okay, we want a nice smooth backdrop. It doesn't have to be lifted too high, but just pulling it tight across there. That's it. And we can smooth any of those creases out later. So this is another great way to get parents involved in the session. Would someone be able to just pass me my camera so I don't have to leave little Owen sitting here on his own? Thanks so much. So how perfect is that? There we go. And to get him so it seems like he's sitting more upright, what I'm going to do is tilt my camera angle. I'm going to come in nice and low, level with him. There we go. I'm just pushing this down at the front because I really want to see all those little toes. Okay. So that is pretty simple taco pose, isn't it? So you don't have to put them down and try and tuck their legs up underneath them. By doing it in your lap, you've already positioned him and you just place him down and make some minor adjustments. I have found that the easiest way for me to do it, so if that can help, that's great. Okay, he's so sleepy. I'm just gonna do a couple of few more poses with him here on the blanket because he just looks so adorable. So before I would move him, I would bring my props that are underneath, my cloth nappies out, and start working with a flat surface again. Another easy setup, and keeping him on his side, but in not having to do too many major adjustments to him is I'm going to keep his little face and hand exactly where they are, and I'm just going to turn his feet out towards me. So I'm going to stand up to do this because I found that leaning over the top of them is an easier way to sort of place your fingers underneath their shins to adjust their legs. So I just want to bring this little leg that's on top downwards now. Bend that knee. And bring this leg just in here, down a little bit more. I might use one of these cloth nappies at the back to support his back so he doesn't, if he gets a startle, he doesn't go flying backwards and wake up. So I'm not lifting him, I'm just placing it in there behind him to support him. Okay, and now to keep these feet in place, I'll put another prop in underneath. Now, if he didn't have a nappy on, his legs would be going together a little bit easier, but we've got a little bit of padding in there, so I'm not going to force it down too much. We'll try and get his feet there together. And then I'll use another prop to come in and just to keep them in place. And just give him a little bit of shape, lifting. So if you have a nice sleepy baby, you know, figure out where they can comfortably lie. Place their hands in great little positions. Just going to fix this little finger under here. You can see he's just bent it under. I might just raise his face just a little bit more. I've got to be careful going underneath him here because he's already raised and I don't want to push anything under that's going to make him go backwards. So we've got to lift him gently and just slide another little prop in underneath. Another great reason to have some padding at the back there so that they don't go flying backwards. I'm just going to turn his hips a little bit more to keep him in that position. And he's pulled that finger back under, up under. There we go. It's easy to fix. Okay, now do you want to hold my backdrop up for me again? And another really cute angle is just this one in here. I've got to be careful not to block my light out when I come in, so you can see here I'm standing in my light. If I come around a little bit more, the light can still get into his face and I can come in nice and close. There you go. So from this position, I would then bring him around to the front. So this could be your next set of flowing images with a blanket change. So when we did the first flowing set of poses on day one, we went from the back to the side to the tummy, and And it was a really nice system. So if you had to do a blanket change, you could come in with the taco pose, go to this, and then bring them around and into something like that. So you've still got those flowing motions from pose to pose, which work so well. And you get a couple of different blanket changes, and you can dress them up with different different hats and beanies. Is the words I was looking for. I'm actually going to take, actually no, I'll leave it on. I'll leave it on. It's so cute. Okay, we'll take these props out because we're going to spin him around. You know, the styling of it and the way you dress the session with materials and lots of different textures and beautiful colours. It's all about you, you know, and filling your studio with things that you love and allowing your clients to get involved with that process. So if this was a set of clients that had come into my studio and I'd taken their baby, I actually asked them if there were any colours there that they like, and they said the dark browns. So I know that I'm pretty safe to start using things in my studio with dark brown tones and things like that. Then I'll start talking about their home. Do they have any, you know, do they have a vintage feel in their home, or is their home more modern and sleek? And is there anything that they've seen on my website that they like? And that's how I would go about talking to them and finding out a little bit more about them so that I can, you know, style their session with them and their involvement. And so they're going to love every picture I do. And asking them to choose the little hats and headbands and all of those things, and just bringing them up to the front, is also a really cool way, because then I'm not choosing things that they don't like. There would be nothing worse than a client sitting there going, oh God, I really don't like that headband she's using, you know, so it's not something I would have picked. So being able to ask them those things is going to help your sales at the end of the day, because if they absolutely love every image, they're going to buy every image. Okay, so we want to bring his arms forward and bring his little chin forward. He's so cute. He's just so snuggly. And then we'll get a great shot and we'll lift our backdrop up again. So I'll bring his arms forward and then we'll lift him up. So I'm going to lift his head just gently, just to bring, I'm pushing the forearm through. I'm going to bring the other arm through. So he started to tense up there, so I'm keeping my hand at the my fingers at the base of his elbow so he can't draw it backwards, and I'm just rocking him gently until he relaxes. And that way he's not going to continue to pull that arm back down in underneath him. And when they relax, just move them a little bit more. Okay, so he's looking pretty good there for us to start lifting him, because you can see where he's down quite low. When we start to give him some height, he'll come back up and we can really see his little face. Because remembering that their heads are quite heavy compared to the rest of their body. I might just start with one first. So my hand is going to slide in underneath him. I'm not just going to start pushing that in. So by sliding my flat hand in underneath, I can then lift him and place the cloth nappy in underneath my hand. It's already starting to make a difference. We can do a little adjustment back here with his legs. Can you do me a favour, Stephanie? Inside that basket over there, the pram, is my white heartbeat monitor. Can you turn that on? He's not fussing or anything, but just to have it there, because it's very quiet when I stop talking. So I don't want to startle him when I do start talking again. So I've just rocked him gently until I felt his muscles relax in my hands to turn his chin around to the front, which is what we want. There we go. He's noisy, isn't he? Here we go. Okay, come and sit in behind me here and just keep your hand just on his back there for me. Just while he's stirring a little bit. We'll lift him up some more. We're not having much luck with this pose. None of these babies want to bring their arms forward. So I'm lifting him up, just going from side to side, and we'll bring his arms forward again. Okay. So I'm going to take my safe shot. I'm just going to see if I can get a couple of these little fingers out. I've got my other fingers behind his elbow to stop him from drawing it backwards, because you can feel him tensing up. And a little bit of height just in here to lift that face up just a bit more. So a gentle lift. Right there. And see if we can bring this chin around. There we go. I'm going to get my shot without fixing his fingers because he's a little bit touchy, but I just want to make sure I get it. Okay, so if you hold the backdrop up now for me. If I can see any of that white, I'm not going to jeopardize him moving. If I can see any of that white in the final image, I will, you don't need to lift it too much, which is great for this one. I'll just clone it out in Photoshop because it's just a little bit sensitive to my touch at the moment. Okay, so now I'm going to make a couple of little minor adjustments because I've got my safe shot. Fix up these fingers, and I'm going to bring his little toes out so we might be able to see those as well, which is really cute. And also, by going back to take that safe shot, I'm allowing him to just relax a little bit more and giving him a break from me touching him. So he's, now that I've come back, he's actually a little bit more relaxed, which is great. So I've been able to bring those fingers out. Just going to gently slide his little foot out so we can see it. bring that knee up a little bit closer to him. We might be able to bring this other foot up, but because we have a nappy on plus a pair of knitted pants, it might be getting a bit tight back there. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get it hooked over to see those little toes come through there, but this is really cute anyway. Okay, just hold that backdrop up for me again. So I'm shooting still at 2.8. I haven't changed my ISO for the past 3 days, so it's at 1280, and I'm at 320th of a second. And I'm focusing on this eye as it's closest to the camera. Rightio. I think we're done with this little baby. How gorgeous is he, and how good was he to us?
He did
Yay,
so
good baby.
well. Thank you so much. Thank you to the parents as well. So we're going to do a couple of questions now. We have our next family is ready as well, but we can start here in the studio audience. And maybe if we need to turn the heart monitor off.
Definitely.
Go ahead, do you have a question?
So Kelly, I had a question regarding the froggy pose.
The which one, sorry? Oh, the composite one?
Yeah. So I was just wondering, like I know some parents, either they really, really like it or they really don't. It's kind of a controversial shot. So if a parent comes to you and they request it, what do you look for in a baby before deciding to do it?
It's definitely a pose, if I was going to do, that I would leave to the end of the session, and I would tell them that, especially if the family is requesting it. But I actually don't offer it in a session. But if they have seen it somewhere and they're going to see it because, you know, other photographers do it and it's on the internet, hang on, let me just pass him back. Sliding my hand in. He's having a squirm. There we go, just put him over your arm. Perfect. You can take those off later. So yeah, it's not a pose I would offer in a session, but I would, if they asked for it, I would say to them, you know, that if the baby is capable of doing that particular pose, I would leave it till the end of the session. And also, I let them know that there's so many risks involved with that particular setup. You know, the baby cannot sit like that. So it needs to be supported throughout the whole image, and that's why we do it as a composite to put the images together in Photoshop later on. And also, if I have a baby, we had a little baby yesterday with a little cream bonnet on, and she was quite a tense baby. I would know straight away that that baby's not going to be relaxed enough to go like that. So a very, very super sleepy, super relaxed, super flexible baby would go into that position. I'm not going to force a baby that's a little bit tight and very sensitive to touch. So you can create the perfect environment for a session. You can really encourage the baby to go to sleep, but if that baby is still uptight for some reason, I wouldn't attempt it at all, and I would just say to the parents, look, I'm really sorry, you know, I know you wanted that pose, but I just don't think we're going to get it with your baby, and I would rather not do it because of the risks that are involved, and I don't want to upset your baby. So by saying that and putting them at ease, hopefully they're going to trust my judgment because I'm obviously the photographer that they've hired and trusted with their baby. So yeah, it's not something that I offer, but I would definitely, you know, definitely attempt it if they'd requested it and I knew that the baby was capable. We actually did that setup on Wednesday and we did a video of it. So it's part of the bonus material.
All right, well, it looks like we're just about ready here with our next family. And Kelly, we're wondering if while you're posing, if you could do a little review and talk through how you move the head and the sort of the safety tips about how careful you are and what you're really considering while moving that, I think that would be a great review. We've got a few questions about that.
Yeah, definitely. So we talked on the first day when we were working on the beanbag as to where I actually place my hands on the baby's head. I don't push on the temples and I don't push on the top of the head. But the side bones here in the head, they're actually quite strong. So I will just place my hand over the baby's head and that's how I will lift. And if I need to move the chin, I would just gently place my fingers at the base of the baby's chin, and as I lift, guide the chin with my fingers. So they're very small, very gradual movements to keep the baby settled and sound at all times. But yes, you have to be careful where you put your hands, and as you're just gently rocking them into position, they will loosen their little muscles, because if their muscles are really tight and you're trying to turn them, you may hurt their neck muscles or any other muscles that are in that area. So yeah, relaxing them while you're moving them and soothing them is really important.
Great, thank you. Well, let's move on here to our next family.
We have 3 beautiful children. I want to do a setup, and I think this is going to be really cute. Just sitting down here on the floor with the parents and make it really casual. I want mum in the front holding her baby, and then we're going to get dad in the side, and we're going to sit the boys, one on mum's side and one on dad's lap, because we have a 2-year-old. He's 2. So he's 2. He's going to be fairly aware of what's going on in here, and it may either go the same way it did with little Milo when he just wanted to run around and play and not be a part of it. But he's looking pretty shy and pretty aware. I can pick up on that straight away. So I'm going to keep him on dad's lap where he's comfortable. And yeah, pretty much in this same sequence, but over here sitting on the floor, and we're going to make it look really great. So I'm just going to pop my white fluffy mat down so it's nice and comfortable. So this white fluffy mat, if anybody wants to know, is just a little Flocati rug I got from IKEA. Really cheap, not expensive, and the natural tones go with everything. I think you can dye them as well. Okay, now we have some grey tones here, and we have a little baby girl. So I want to use something that's pretty and make her stand out like this, but I also want to keep it so it's not too distracting. So within those colours. So I'm going to go with white because we're on a white background, and the white is all around, so I'm going to bring that white back into the middle to that focus point, which is the baby of the family. Okay, come on over, all of you. You can carry her over, and we'll keep her in your arms. She's in mum's. I don't need to take her. And we can keep her nappy on as well, purely for this, because we're going to put a wrap around her. Come on over. So what I'm going to do is ask mum to sit here and dad to sit here in the middle, facing me. And when you sit down, are you going to be okay sitting down? Mm-hmm. Go down on your knees. When you come down, just come into the side. Can you come over here with me? Come over here with me. Yeah, that's it. And come a little bit closer into the centre. That's it. Now, I wouldn't worry too much if the baby is awake or asleep in this particular pose, because this particular setup, because mum's holding her and she's not fussing, so it's really nice and easy. How you doing there? Are you good?
It's hot.
Oh, it's hot. It's hot. Here, let me sit in front of it. Is that better? Mm-hmm. Yep. And you know what? I'm even going to turn it this way. There you go. It's gone. Yeah, he can stay there. So I'm going to ask, are you able to put your legs back this way as well? Tuck them up and around? That is perfect. And if you can squish in a little bit more, but come forward just to me, just a touch. And if you bring this leg out a little bit, I'm going to get him to come and sit in here nice and even, easy. Do you want to take the shoe off? Oh, it's all right? Yep. I'm undressing the mum. So just where you're comfortable. Okay, it's your turn. Come and sit over here. He's all right, he's all right. Let him go. Let him do what he wants. Okay, come here to me. Good boy. And now I want you to sit down. I'm going to help you. Sit, 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 sit. And put your bum in there. Is that all right on your leg? Yeah. Okay. Oi, do you want that? Can I have it? Huh. Can Daddy have it? Can Daddy have it?
He's all about no.
No, 2-year-olds love that word.
Yes, they do.
I love your hair. It's beautiful. This is really pretty. What is your sister's name? Do you forget already?
What's the baby's name?
Hey.
Paisley. Paisley.
Paisley.
Paisley.
Oh, what have you got? What do you have? Okay, quick, sit down on Daddy's lap.
So food motivated.
Okay, so I'm just going to drape this in and around here. I'm not going to make too big of a deal out of it, but it's just going to add some softness to it and some colour, and it's going to cover our nappy. Good boy.
Hey, you
So what
remember
I'm-
how you were sitting before?
There we go. Okay. Rightio. Okay, sit down. We're going to take a photo. Okay, stand up for me again. Or put your legs over here. There we go. And I'll help you sit down back into that little gap. That is absolutely perfect.
We're going to take a photo.
You need another fishy?
What's a fishy? Can you show me what a fishy is? Quick, go and get one. You have to stay there though. Can he get you a fish? Would you like a fish?
Yeah.
Can you get your brother a fishy? There they are. So I'm going to increase my aperture. What did you get? Okay, can you do me a favour? Just at the front of you, just pull that rug out. Perfect. Good boy. So I'm going to increase my aperture up to about 4.5 because they're not, they're not back and forth or anything. They're all pretty good. And just lean back on that hand. Quick, hurry up and chew your fishy.
Yeah, he is.
You gotta chew your food, and then you can say cheese. As soon as the camera comes out, he'll turn into a ham.
A ham. That's such a cool saying. So I'm just bringing her hand up to her face there so we can see it. We'll relax these little fingers. The third baby just knows they have to be good. They just know. What's it doing? Can you see this camera? Okay. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready? Can you put that hand in behind Mummy? Yeah, or on Mummy's knee is perfect. Absolutely perfect. And you can put your other hand up on your leg. Love it. Absolutely love it. Are you ready? Okay, 1, 2, boo. Ready? No, hang on, one more photo. Can 1, 2. Okay, let him get a bigger.
Go.
Quick, go. As fast as you can. As fast as you can. So finding something that obviously they're interested in is really important to keeping them happy.
Come on.
Can you get your brother a fishy? Whoopsie.
Okay, come on.
Okay. Okay, are you ready? 1. I'm gonna take a photo. Quick. Sit with Daddy. Ready? 2. Peekaboo.
Now say cheese.
Are you ready? Are you ready? He can stand up and come in behind your legs if he wants to give you a little cuddle around the neck. Can you stand behind Daddy? Do you want to stand behind Daddy? What do you want to do?
Come here.
No? What about a high five for Daddy?
Come here. Right here.
Where are you going? Oh, you dropped one. Okay, quick, take it back to Dad. Oh, high five. Good stuff. Do you know what? If he can sit on your lap as well, that would be awesome. Wherever. Oh, he's going to sit in the little hole. Okay, come nice and close to Mummy. Come in nice and close. Look what I found. Oh, okay, I'm going to feed you. Come here to me. Good boy. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, sit. Oh, that is perfect. Can I have a high five? Good boy. Okay, we ready? Stay there. Are you ready? Are you ready now? 1, 2, 3. Boo. 1, 2, 3. Hi. That is the best cheese ever. Okay. Cheese. So I would keep photographing a family segment like this to get as many as I can before they disappear, because if I need to head swap, I'm going to have a variety of images that I can head swap from, because they're just so excited by what's going on around them and they think it's a game. And yep, I'm absolutely stoked with that family shot. So it's really, it's them at this moment in time. It's perfect. And look at this perfect baby smiling. She's got dimples. We might stand up from here and I'll just show you how I would pose them standing up together from this particular position. I'm going to take her so that you can stand up a little bit easier.
Okay, no, you eat some of them.
Okay, we're going to stand up now. Shh. Now what I might get you to do is hold on to Ryder. Now if we had time, we'd set up a beautiful backdrop and have this, but we're going to actually make it a really nice, tightly cropped image. Okay. So bring this hand here up just towards your collarbone on your chest. This one here, up nice and high across your chest. That way, and turn your palm out towards me. No, other way. Yep, keep turning, keep turning.
Oh, okay.
Radio. And scoop your hand up underneath her head. That's it. So I couldn't show her how to hold her hand because my hands were full, so I just had to continually direct her until we got to a nice... Oh, what are you doing? And this is so beautiful and soft. Where's our other little boy gone? Where are you?
Carson.
Boo. Okay, can you come and stand in front of Mummy? Come over here. Okay, so what I want you to do is just stand here and I want you to come in nice and close. Can you swap sides with him? So he's in this hand and then we're kind of balancing our image, and that way Dad can put his arm in and around. You can turn in here. Are these your feet? You got ticklish feet? And I would get this as quickly as possible. Are you ready?
Can you look and see cheese? You're not going to see cheese?
Who bought the fish?
Can you turn and see cheese?
I actually have a couple of little toys in my studio as well that I will hold and rattle and things like that. 2-year-olds are kind of getting beyond a rattle, but anything to grab their attention for that split second. So I even have some great fake apples that they love to play with, believe it or not, in my studio. So anything that can be distracting. Swap sides. If you... No. Yeah, swap sides here. Habu. And then our baby is in the middle. Are you ready? What does he love? He's down on the ground. Oh, good boy. Stand up for me. Hang on, I'll get a fish. Okay, I'm going to grab my camera because I need to be ready for this because we know it's not going to last long. Are you ready? Stand up, sweetheart.
Carson, stand up, please.
You don't want a fishy? Can I take one more photo? Right, I'm not going to push it. We are done. So he's... Oh, you can have those. Good boy. That was excellent job. But we have the sitting one. We could go on and do a different one, but we don't want to push him and make him really upset because he's obviously not enjoying it. But that's okay, because we have one. We have quite a few.
It's great
and now
to see
he
the
wants
reality.
to go and play in this massive playground. All right, thank you so much for coming. She is just adorable. Oh, she's beautiful.
So great to see the reality of what happens sometimes when you have a family shot, all the different dynamics, all the different age ranges and personalities. One technical question from a viewer about working with a family shot. Where do you generally focus when you have all of them there? Is it whose eyes are you on? Where do you pinpoint in?
I tend to, because I'm shooting, I've actually closed my aperture down a little bit, which means increased it to 4.5. And what I've done is I've focused on the middle point. So not the closest person to the camera, not the furthest person away from the camera, but the person who's smack bang in that distance to the camera, so I can, you know, make sure that everyone in the image is nice and sharp. But they were all on a pretty level focal plane. And because Mum was the one in the middle holding the baby, I focused on her eye.
That's great. And then related to the older children, do you find that the heartbeat monitor or the white noise ever helps calm them as well? We have that question from Captured Memories, or is it just something you use for the newborns?
Yeah, they actually love the little heartbeat monitor. They play with it all the time, so it can be a great distraction to a toddler, definitely. Mine is actually, it's over in the pram because it was interfering with my microphone and I wanted everyone to be able to hear what I was saying, so that's why I didn't actually have it on and during that. But yes, it's a great tool, and it can be something fun that they play with. I mean, to a child of that age, anything's fun that they can pick up and throw and and twist and turn.
Kelly, I've been amazed at your innate ability to go with your flow posing from one to the next to the next to the next, especially you've been using this beanbag so much. I'm wondering if you could do sort of a review for us of that flow with that beanbag and the baby, so that we can kind of remember how to learn A, B,
definitely.
C, D.
Yeah. So on the very first day, we went through a series of poses with one coloured backdrop. And I suppose because I offer 2 coloured backdrops in a session, you could offer your first colour with a series of poses from the back to the side and then onto the stomach with still a side shot with maybe that bum up in the air shot. There are so many different little variations that you can do of this as well. And then maybe bring the baby forward as well. But at that point, sometimes I've found that the baby may stir just after a little while, so I'll do a quick blanket change. And we could then go from, say, the taco pose into another side pose, but just by bringing the legs forward, which, you know, you can capture from a completely different angle. You can style it a bit differently with a different hat or anything like that, so you get a completely different shot for your gallery. You can come in really close and shoot that. And then you could just bring the baby all the way around to the front with its hands up like this and get another shot from there. So they would be from back all the way through to something like that. That would be my flow of posing. And you could break it up in the middle with a blanket change just before, say, the taco pose, where it's actually easier to have them positioned in your hands before you put them down. Unless, of course, you have a really sleepy baby and you can pose them like that while they're on the beanbag.
I just had a question in regards to light when you're doing those poses on the beanbag. So I've always been taught that the light needs to come from the top of the baby's head and kind of shine down this way so that you get that little butterfly shadow underneath the nose. So when you're doing those poses where you want a parent or someone to help you with that finger, how do you do it so that there's no shadow from the person who's holding the baby's head?
Yep. Well, I always have the spotter and the person on the other side of the light. So if I've got the baby here and I've got my window light here, I'm always going to have the spotter over here. So the shadows are actually going in that direction. The shadow's not going to cast back this way. So that's the easiest way to do it. But yeah, there are occasions when you have a baby and you can't quite move them on the bag. So I would just readjust the bag towards the light if your baby's not at the perfect angle for the, you know, for the direction of the light. So you can move your prop, you can turn your bag, and always have your spotter person on this side, which is what we've been doing over here, except for when we were back here. But because of the direction of the light, it's coming from this angle. By having someone over there in a finger, it wasn't casting a shadow at all.
Kelly, we have a question about Well, the way that you capture the family, and you were saying that it's really the moment in time, capturing that family and all of the ages and all, the real reality of the moment. And we have a question about how you sort of help parents get to that. If they're feeling badly that one of their children, wants to run around and find goldfish and do the whole normal thing, how do you help them understand that this is okay and that the reality of whatever you get in that photo is what you're trying to get?
Yeah, pretty much by what I just did there. Let the 2-year-old go and do what they want to do just for that period of time. If you can sense that your family is getting a little bit anxious with them not cooperating, just tell them that it's okay, we're not in any hurry. I allocate, enough time during my day to get all of this. So I make sure that they know I'm not going to rush them. And we can go slowly with that child, and we can work on things. We can, talk to the child and figure out exactly what their interests are, what they like doing. I may be able to find something that could sidetrack them enough long, to stand there and sit there long enough for a shot. So sometimes it's over so quickly. Sometimes it will take a little bit of coaxing. But I just tell them it's all right, let them be. Let them, have a little bit of a run around and a play. Let them get what they want, and try and use bribery.
I had another question in regards to lighting when it comes to families. So I know here's a little bit different from your studio at home.
Yeah.
So here we had the light coming in kind of, I don't know if you'd call that a
Both
90.
directions, yeah.
So at home, do you then put the backdrop kind of slanted sideways?
Yeah, I always turn my subjects 45-degree angles. So if I've got my backdrop, I'm going to have, like I did yesterday with my black backdrop, I had it on an angle towards that light. So I'm always going to turn my backdrop, and I'm always going to turn my family, my children, anyone anything that's the subject of my image towards that light for the best lighting, and you're looking at the fall off on the face. But in this particular situation, we do have so many above lights going on here, which are great for me because they're acting as fill light. In my studio, without those lights, if I had my window here and my family here, I've a very large polystyrene white reflector that I can just rest up against the wall, and it's going to bounce some light back into those shadows.
Thank you. We're about to go to break, but I have one more question for you. And you've been teaching us so many different factors of what it takes to be a brilliant newborn photographer. You've taught us all of your brilliant posing, how to get kids to go to sleep. We've talked about marketing. We've talked about how to get those clients in the door. We've talked about confidence. What, in your opinion, is the most important one to focus on? If you're in that place where you're just starting out, where you're not sure, you might be a little bit overwhelmed right now with these 3 days, what is the most important aspect of being so successful like yourself?
Do you know, it's a massive combination of everything. But what shines through for me the most is having the confidence in myself and my imagery, in my products, in my service. Having that confidence will allow people to come back over and over again and to tell more people about me. Because, getting those people in the door, it's all about word of mouth. I want them to have an amazing experience. So having confidence in what I do and the way I am, it's only going to make those people feel good. I think I mentioned yesterday, they don't always remember what you say, but they remember how you make them feel. So I want to make my clients feel good when they're in my studio. And I get all these comments because at the end of every session, I will post an image on Facebook, and it's for them to share. If they don't want it on Facebook, I won't put it on there. But it's such a great way for them to get excited about the rest of their images. But guaranteed, they will comment on that photo and tell me how amazing the experience was spending that time with me in my studio. Because I'm confident enough in what I do, I'm not afraid of allowing people in to know me. So I'm genuine, I'm caring, I will show them all of that. And I think just having that confidence in yourself will make all those other contributing factors about knowing your craft, knowing how to find your clients, knowing how to market, knowing how to price, all those other things will just fall into place when you truly believe in yourself and what you do.
That's amazing. Can you tell us what we're going to be looking forward to when we get back from our break?
Yes, we have our little baby coming in, and she has Down syndrome, She's going to be I'm going to be spending a little bit more time with her, which is going to be wonderful. And then once we've finished taking some photos of her, we have a set of twins coming in. And believe it or not, they're only 3 days old. I wouldn't normally photograph them, but because of this situation and they found out that I was here, they wanted to be here. So they contacted us and said they've arrived. But they were allowed out of hospital, so they're really healthy. I made sure that they're actually feeding before the session. And yeah, I'm really excited about working with another set of twins. So I haven't met them yet. It's going to be fun.
That's going to be great. Well, if you've loved watching Kelly over these last 3 days as much as we've all loved being involved, help us give her a huge thank you for this incredible newborn photography education she's giving to all of us. Go to our Facebook page at facebook.com/creativelive and fill out our global thank you card for Kelly. We have a lot of comments coming in. We know there are tons and tons of you out there watching. And of course, the feedback has been incredible. Becky Hollingstead says to you, Kelly, "You've changed the way I think about everything. You have given me renewed confidence in myself and my business." And Sarah Joan Berman says, "I'm absolutely amazed at the quality and valuable content of this 3-day workshop. I've watched many webinars and attended numerous live seminars, but nothing matches the comprehensive information that has been shared over these 3 days. I'm a musician, photographer, and now I'd like to expand my services to include newborns. Yes, I know, I'm going from one unruly subject to another."
That's what I think is so cool. What we're seeing in this interactive classroom that we have going on here is so many different types of people out there that are getting so much value from this workshop. A lot of people who didn't even think that they wanted to do newborn photography, but now do. And I've seen somebody who is a grandmother and doesn't do newborn photography, but knows that this is going to, soon to be grandmother actually is what she said, is going to be so valuable for her. We will have shot later today 22 babies.
A lot of babies.
That's a lot of babies. In so many different scenarios.
Yes.
And again, we're not even done yet. We've done multiples. We've done families. We've done, of course, single babies in all kinds of different poses with props, with all the tight little tacos and the wraps, how to do the composite images. It's just, I don't believe that there is anything, and I'm saying this honestly, I don't believe that there's anything else like this to this level of quality, with this level of educator and photographer out there, available. And you can have this. I just love what we do here at Creative Live, and you have access to this. This is a $149 course, which is incredible, 22 babies. In addition to the 3 days of videos, you also can get the posing guides. And I just want to take a minute again to show you that you can have this on your iPad.
So beautiful.
You can flip through. There are different chapters. You can interact with it, settling techniques. We have posing with the parents, everything that you've just learned over the course of the videos. This is the perfect companion to be able to reference. This is essentially the Cliff Notes. And thank you so much for including this as well. We have the packaging, the pricing guide, talk about taking this into the business and further. You have the model of how to do that and how to sell clients, what to sell. If you missed that part yesterday, that was a hugely valuable one. And of course then the one that we just added today about how to get those babies to sleep. And I know for me, as not a mother, that I'm an aunt, but that is a huge challenge for me and not something that comes naturally. I think that, again, to the quality of the education that we are doing here. This is not, we've talked about this, but this is not something that just comes naturally, just like being a mom. All of these techniques and methods, and it doesn't, you can't just look at a photo on the internet and say, oh, that's a cute baby photo.
Yeah, the safety especially is such a huge part of it.
And honestly, that's what I did when I first started photographing newborns. I printed out little pieces of paper that had cute photos and thought I could go do it. Well, I couldn't, and I tried, and I lost confidence, and on and on. So if you are wanting to do this and have this be what you do with your life and helping moms create these most amazing memories, go ahead and purchase the course right now. Today's the day that you're going to buy it. Either it's today or not. Today it is $99 for less than the next 9 hours. There is a green buy button right beneath the video that you're watching. And yet again, thank you for sharing this Mother's Day weekend with us as we celebrate babies, we celebrate life. And we will see you all back in 45 minutes. Thank you, Kelly. Welcome back to Creative Live, everyone. We are heading into the final half day of our 3-day workshop here with Kelly Brown on newborn posing. And we are about to go into a very, very special segment here that you heard us talking about earlier. And before we go in, I am very excited to have the founder of Creative Live, Craig Swanson, talk a little bit about why we are doing this very special segment. And you all are Creative Live. You all are part of this community, and we feel like you are us. And so this is a very special segment to the Creative Live family, which is you. And so, Craig, we would love to have you tell us about how this all came together.
Well, a lot of people who've been watching Creative Live for a while know that my daughter has Down syndrome. Pepper was born about 13 years with Down syndrome. And when Kelly and I were talking about this workshop, I asked you early on, how would you feel about having a newborn with Down syndrome as one of the models on this course? And you were very interested in that.
Yeah, definitely. I would never turn away any baby. I would love to photograph every baby. So.
And so I thought the odds would be astronomical this could come together because, you know, the babies we're working with are only 14 days old. A lot of parents don't discover they're going to have a child with Down syndrome, and when they first find out, it's a difficult process, and so not a lot of parents are ready to share that child with the world. But we put out a blog post and we asked for any parents that were expecting a child with Down syndrome, if someone would be willing to come and allow us to share the beauty of that child with this workshop. We had a lot of support from our audience. You put out our message to blogs and Facebook and everywhere. And Wendy and Alan, I think, ran across the blog post on one of the sites that they were visiting. And this is Elisa, who was born 14 days ago? 14 days ago. And this is a really special, thank you very much. So, thank you.
I am always touched when Craig talks about the fact that Creative Live would not exist today if it weren't for Pepper. And so Pepper really represents the entire community. And so, Kelly, over to you.
Wow, this is really exciting. This is such a special thing for me to be a part of. Not many people know that when I was pregnant with my twins at 21 weeks, we were told during one of our scans that both of our babies had very strong markers for Down syndrome. So we went through a range of emotions that you would more than likely understand, and we went through a lot of counselling sessions, and we were also given a lot of options to find out, you know, with further testing how evident this was. We actually decided against any further testings because we knew from the get-go that we would love our babies regardless, and they would just be the most special thing in the world to us. And they were born healthy, they were born fine, but when they were actually born the same day as a little baby in the hospital that had Down syndrome. So my 6.5 weeks in special care, my babies were right next to a little girl that was the most precious little thing, and her name was Trinity, and she had bright red hair, and I will never ever forget her. So it was really special for me And so I don't know, and I could possibly never understand, you know, what it is actually like to raise a child that has Down syndrome. But I can assure you, I think that you being here is one of the most amazing things for me personally. So I appreciate it so, so much, definitely. We're going to pose little Alyssa on the bag, and I'm going to make it really soft and really beautiful because she has the most amazing set of hair. It's a bit styled like mine. So I'm going to put some little headbands on her and make it really soft and pretty for her. So I'm just going to drag my bag out. And then I'm going to photograph Alyssa with her parents. I'm just angling my backdrop back towards the light, and I'm going to use a pretty little blanket in here that's nice and soft. I tend to have favourites when it comes to picking my blankets, so unless a client sort of directs me with their colour choice, I love my neutral soft tones. Rightio, she's so sleepy. I went and saw Alyssa in the other room just before, and she was giving me little windy smiles, so we might be in for a treat. Because none of our babies, oh, a couple of them have smiled, but not many. All right, nearly ready to go. Now, because I don't have the opportunity to work with a baby like Alyssa very often, and I don't know her, I haven't spent much time with her, I've just met her 5 minutes ago, I'm going to treat this session like any other session, and that's what I would normally do anyway in my studio. So any baby that came to me with special needs, the session would be treated exactly the same. I would just go with the flow, work with the baby, slow and steady, and whatever they're comfortable with. Okay, I'm just getting a few things together here so I don't have to get back up. Right, my hand under here, and I'm going to bring my hand under her bottom. Try to keep it nice and sleepy. And she was only 5 pounds. Oh, she's tiny. But I am a big fan of her hair. It is divine. She's so little. We had a nappy on under here, so I'm just going to take that off without trying to wake her up too much. And you have other children, so what do they think? Like, have they been cuddling her and helping you? Because you've got an older daughter, do you? Oh, sorry. I asked you a question without a microphone.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, they adore her. And so we've had, they've changed a few diapers. Maybe not as many as we'd like them to, but despite all the promises, we love changing diapers. Yeah, well, but so far they just love hanging out with her and watching her. My youngest, who's 7, says, when is she going to wake up and play?
Oh, God, that's so cute.
So, not yet. Maybe a couple more years.
So I'm just going to drape the little knit wrap just across her bottom half here. And that way we don't have to worry about her kicking her legs out. Oh, you're a wriggler. Okay. And bend your toes. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to position her on her back, and then we're going to transition into a couple of other setups. But I'm going to use some support props underneath her to hold her legs in place, just like I've been doing all along. Make it nice and curly in here for her so she's really comfortable. Her little toes are cold. Okay, so I'm going to lift her head also. I'm going to just put this little headband on. Okay, I'm going to come and stand around here just to position her again. She's just kicking back against my hand at the moment, so I'm just going to keep it there until she relaxes. See, she's strong for a little thing. Just going to turn her head towards me, because when I take my photo, I'm actually going to be over here, looking in. Headband's just a little bit big for her. Come on. Okay. Just about ready to take a photo. Just don't want to pull my hand away and have her legs come flying out, because then we'll have to start all over again. And she's really, really sensitive. Can you come and put my little monitor on? And I might actually get you to direct one of the little heaters over here, because then none of them are facing me, so it's not as warm here as what it is in the rest of the room. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. I haven't been talking. I'm just fiddling. I'm getting her perfect. So I went from back, got a cool shot, turned her onto her side, positioned her hands. She's drifting back off into sleep now, so giving her that space to not be touched and just to sink a little bit further into that sleep worked really well. I'm going to take this out and I'm going to do something a little bit different on the bag with her, maybe with another little headband, if we can get one to fit. It's so small. So without having to lift her up actually off the bag, I'm just going to move her off the mat. Slide it out from underneath her. She's pushing against my hands again with her feet. She's got such strong little legs. So I'm going to turn her over onto her tummy now and adjust her little legs up in behind her. We'll get rid of this because we don't need it. Pull my little support out. I'm going to leave the wrap around her. I'm going to cross her legs just here and bend them up in and then just turn her bottom half just slowly. And bring this back arm out as a support arm. There we go. Oh, she's so beautiful. Okay. Right. So we'll just start to lift her bottom and her feet into place. And we'll do this setup and we might be able to bring her around to front and we'll get a quick shot of mum and dad together with her, which would be really beautiful. So I'm going to need to put a support in behind her because she's already starting to sort of roll backwards there. So when I prop in her feet, I'll also move it, whoops. Move it around in behind. Just lift her little hip up, adjust her feet this way. We can cross over the other leg. And by tucking their feet up like this, it's going to stop her from kicking out as much as what she's doing. You can still see both feet beautifully. So I want to bring her arm, which has gone down in her, back out and up underneath her chin. So I'm going to grab hold of the wrist, slide my fingers in underneath. There we go. So we've got her hands now in place. We'll bring those feet back up and under. And crossing those feet over, we're going to give height to her lower end, and we're going to bring that leg all the way around. She does not like tucking those legs up. She keeps kicking them out. I'll try it a different way. There we go. So I'm just trying to get her legs into a comfortable position that she's not going to kick them out from. And so that they're nice and tucked in, and we can see her little toes and her feet, so we can see it all. And I'll just move that support in underneath to stop her from rolling back there a bit more. Just a couple of fingers that we can see. There we go. And to add a little bit of variety, I would pop a little headband on and come in from a completely different angle. Just to make it look nice and girly. What we might do is just bring her hips through before. You can see both of her little knees. Keep her top half in that position. Bring her feet together up here. And then there's another variation of that particular pose. By pushing those props underneath, those legs. It's like there's a button. She likes to stretch out, that's for sure. And I'll just give her face a little bit of lift there. So I'm going to slide my hand in underneath her head. That leg. Okay. So we might get, how much time have we got? How am I going for time? We're going well? Okay, cool. I'll do one more setup then. Who's going to help me? Oh, you want to ask a question? Yeah?
So after you're doing some poses on the beanbag, you usually would do...
Can you say a little bit louder?
after you do poses on the beanbag, then you'd move on to some props, right?
Definitely.
So
definitely.
I'm just looking at that pram in the corner. It's really, really cute. And I was just wondering, like, what kind of safety precautions would you use in using that pram? Do you use that pram?
Well, that was brought in by somebody who works here at Creative Live, so I was so lucky enough to, you know, for people to bring in all these amazing props for me to use. I have used prams. The shot of the triplets up there, they're actually in a very large pram. So I do it, but I always make sure that I have, like, especially if I'm working with multiples, I have a set of hands on one baby while I'm working with the next baby. So yeah, just like any other prop, there's always a safety hand on the baby, definitely. And something like that that has wheels, we need to make sure that it's not going to move, definitely. So that, yeah, big precautions. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Wouldn't it be cute to put her in it? Do we have time? No, I won't. I think it would take too long to set up. She loves to stretch out, doesn't she? This is beautiful. So I'm going to bring her forward. I'm going to turn her back onto her tummy and bring her this way. And this other little arm up. Oh, you're being so good, Alyssa. Can I get someone to come and grab me something? Is that all right? Does someone want to jump up and grab me something? The dark brown basket that's on that side, please. Yep. And that little white wrap that's just there, please. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Now, if that was in my studio, we would have already picked out what wraps and props we're going to be using throughout the session. I'm just going to pull this out. It's just laying underneath. The beauty of these soft knit wraps is that you can just slide, they're so delicate, you can just slide them out from underneath the baby. So I've got this beautiful little hat. It's like a felt, so delicate. So I'm just going to pop that on. And babies with darker skin look so beautiful in white, don't they? Or cream. So before I position her, I'm going to tie this up. So I just pulled her elbow forward, lifted her head up, she stretched, so I just held my hands to support her so she didn't pull back down and she could relax back into that position. And I just pull the other hand forward. It's a little bit big, but we'll tuck it in when we've got her in position. So I'm just going to bring these other little fingers out, take a little bit of the weight off them. She's sort of got hold of her hands under there. Okay, let's start to lift her back up into position. So hand in underneath her and lift gently. I love it what she's doing with her lips there, sort of pushing them together. So I'm just going to lift her head again just to reposition her fingers, make sure that they're nothing's hurting her under there. Okay. I'll just lift a little bit more. So my hand has gone in under the blanket and under the first prop that I put in there to raise it, and then slide another one in underneath it just to give it a little bit more height. Okay. Just to make this not stick out so much, I'm just going to tighten it in just a little bit. It's really loose. She's just wriggling a little bit. Okay. You can see where her little face is pointing up in this direction, so I want to try and come down in that direction. This is bothering me at the back, so I'm just going to tuck that in so it doesn't interfere with the bonnet. But I like how it's coming out this side, so I'll just tuck that in and then come back for another shot. Is that beautiful or what? Look at that. She's so adorable. What a good girl. Okay, we're going to do a nice, we might do it just up here on the wall. Use it as a backdrop to take a photo of Mum and Dad with Alyssa. I don't want to move her now, she looks so peaceful. Rightio. So I'm going to put Alyssa in her mum's arms. And then we'll just have Dad come in to the side and we'll just get a nice close-up tight one of them together. So if you could both come just over onto the white section for me, and I'll bring Alyssa over and place her in your hands. I'm going to take the little bonnet off. I'm actually going to keep the white wrap around because we're putting her on Mum. We're going to leave the white on her. Dad has a white shirt on and we have a white background, so it's going to tie in with it and it's going to be a little bit easier for her to hold and cover any bits that we need to cover. Oh, you are comfortable. So I've just scooped her up. You can stand on that white mat if you like. No, just stand on it, yeah. Or you can actually take them off because then Dad might be just a little bit taller, a little bit more taller to put his arms around her. So we've got the direction of our light that way. So what I'm going to do is place Alyssa in your hands. So if you pop this hand up on your chest, and I use pretty much the same pose with Mum every time because it's comfortable, you can see the baby. Make sure we're wrapped all up here. So what I'm going to do is put Alyssa in your hand up the top and her bottom down this way. Okay, so scoop your hand up underneath her, perfect. I'm just going to cross her legs over here and then I'll bring this around and just tuck it in there, and that might help her legs from flying out. And if you want, can you bring your hand up just a little bit? There we go. How you going? You're not too hot?
No, it's okay.
That's right. Okay, so fingers together, and we're going to have Mum sort of facing here, and then we're going to have Dad coming in from this side. Now, the reason I have brought him in from this side is because he has a logo on his shirt, but I also think that this is another good variation. Instead of having Dad from here, having Dad from here, and he can look down at Alyssa. So I want you to bring your arms up and around Wendy, nice and tight around her waist. Come in, lean in really close, and I want you to lean back. There you go. Yeah, just lean into him. There we go, and relax. And she's brought that arm down. There you go, beautiful. All right, you right for a minute while I grab my camera? Okay, so just push this back a bit so I'm not too close. And I'm going to come in from this angle, and all I want you to do is just breathe, relax, and hold each other, look down at Alyssa, and then I'm going to get you to look up at the camera and we'll get a quick one of you looking up. Okay, just lean in towards each other. That's it. I'm just increasing my aperture, so bringing up my shutter speed. And Mum's in the middle, so I'm going to focus on Mum's eye line. Now, we would need a reflector coming in from this direction because Dad does have darker skin, just to bounce that because he's not facing the light, but we don't have time for that, and we'll do a little adjustments a bit later on. But come in nice and close. That's it. Beautiful. Okay. And just looking up at me. Okay. And back down. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. All right, let's get you comfortable. Hang on, I'll grab a wrap for you. There you go. Oh, she had a nappy too. do you want to use that just to pop between while you go back to the room? There you go. All right, I'll see you a bit later on.
Wendy and Alan and Kelly and Alyssa, on behalf of the internet and everybody watching, thank you so very much. It was absolutely beautiful. Thank you. What I think is so lovely, the conversations that we're seeing online in the chat rooms, is that there are photographers out there like Dorian, who is a regular and has been in the Creative Live community for so long, who photographs Down syndrome babies and people with special needs, and they're having conversations about how they face similar challenges to what you did in the beginning with the arms popping out and getting the baby settled. And that was just incredibly, incredibly special. So thank you, and thank you everyone. What I am really, really excited about for this next segment, I just found out from Trudy that our next parents, you will notice that they still have hospital bracelets on. They have beautiful, beautiful 3-day-old twins. And they have come here directly from the hospital. They have not even been home yet with their newborn twins. So Judy and Patrick, what a gift this is to photographers all around the world, that Creative Live Studio is your pit stop on your way home from the hospital with your newborns. Thank you so much. Over to you, Kelly.
Yeah, this is pretty special, hey?
It's pretty, it's wild.
I can't believe it. And what's even more incredible is that they're from...
We just moved here about 2 months ago from Australia.
Nice.
But we are.
Yes, they are. But they've been in Australia, and I just think it's amazing that they're now here and I'm here, and it's really special that this is day 3. So I know exactly what they're going through right now after having my own 2 babies, and it's almost like you look down at them and you're like, there's 2 of them. It's still so hard to believe. And I see my 2 tear through my house, and there's 2 of them. So yes, it doesn't go away. But the joy that you get from having twins, watching them interact, watching them play, watching them laugh, and you're just going to have so many amazing memories of them growing up together. So I'm going to help create something pretty special today for you to have. I'm excited about that. So I'm going to start with a fresh backdrop again. I'm going to do one setup on the bag. We have little girls, which is really, really special, but they're fraternal, so they're not identical, they're different. So I don't want to pose them identically. Not that I would, you know, purposely do that with identical twins, but these 2 little girls, they're going to be like chalk and cheese. They're going to be two different children just born on the same day, which is what they told me when I had mine. They will never have anything in common. So I'm going to put them face down in here. Oh, sorry, not face down. It's been a long 3 days. I'm going to put them on their backs down here, facing me, and together, and I'm going to put a nice wrap around them and keep it really nice and cozy. So I'm creating a well in the middle of my beanbag. Okay. Here's something, here we go. This is just a scarf, and the texture and the color of it is perfect. So it doesn't have to be, you know, like an amazingly expensive prop or anything like that, but I'm just going to use that to wrap around them, and then I'm going to use my cloth nappies underneath the blankets to help support them in that position so they can stay there. Okay, they're both pretty sleepy. All right, do we have nappies on or off?
Yes.
Actually, let's leave their nappies on just for this, because I'm going to put the wrap across them, and it'll save me waking them up and we can spend more time. So I'm just going to place my hand in under here, under her head. There we go. Oh my goodness. Hello. Who do I have here?
Ella.
Ella. Hi, Ella with lots of hair. It's lovely and warm where I'm standing right now, so I'm not too scared about her getting cold. They both look pretty much the same size. Is there a big size difference between them?
4 ounces.
4 ounces, goodness. So I'm going to let her just relax there. So when I am posing twins and putting them down, I'm not going to spend too much time getting that one baby into position, because when I position them very closely together, I like to use both babies to support each other, if that makes sense. I'll show you how I position their heads so that they're, actually supporting each other. Okay, and what's this little one's name?
Isabel.
Isabel and Ella, that's beautiful. So before I put her completely down, I'm going to keep her in my hand, and I'm just going to lift Ella up a little bit to slide Isabella in beside her. There we go. And by putting Isabella in there, you can see that it's now holding Ella's head up because it was face down before. So they're actually resting against each other now. So we're going to cover their nappies with this particular scarf wrap. We want to see both of their faces clearly, so it's positioning them gradually toward each other. She's got a tight little arm there. I want to just push this hand just in here, just back a little bit, without making her uncomfortable or putting too much weight on it, just so it doesn't look. There we go. Just tucking down that nappy there. So I've pulled this bit here out, and I'm going to bring it up and on top, like across both of their tummies. And then this one from the other side, I'm going to bring around the other way. And this is how we cover both the bottom and the top of the nappy. Some little feet out. They're tiny, these feet. It's such an incredible feeling to have two babies inside you, isn't it? To be pregnant with twins, it's an incredible feeling.
Oh, it's pretty crazy.
You feel 4 little legs kicking you constantly. And there we go. So I'm just going to tuck this in now around them. So I'm pretty much nearly done here and ready to take a photo. The only thing I am going to do is turn my bag so that the light is perfect. If I need to, we'll get someone in to hold up one of the little white cloth nappies as a reflector, because there's 2 babies. So we're looking at the light falling across 2 babies' faces, not just one. So that's just there to help stop those feet going flying out. I've got a little tag here I'll try and hide. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to bring their little faces up now and position their hands a bit more, and we're ready. So I'm pulling their heads apart, and we'll just position them side by side so they're resting against each other. One hand in here. What I am going to do is just slide something in underneath Isabella, just to lift her head up, because she's kind of like this. So I'll push down just a little bit here. Just getting the fingers ready. And she's doing a little cheeky smile. Okay. So I'm just going to add a little bit more support in here. Sliding something in underneath. You can see how that raises her face. So now we can see it and we're not just seeing the top of her forehead. Just tuck this in. Okay, so I'm going to spin my bag around. She's smiling. Okay, who hasn't been my helper today? Can I get a helper? So all I'm going to get you to do, Miranda, is just to hold up one of these cloth nappies. We've got beautiful light coming in here, and you can see over the top. So just come in nice and close. Now just drop that. And you can see these shadows come back up on the face, so lift it back up. And it's just filling that a little bit more. Okay. Grab my camera. We don't want that too far out of shot. So the beauty of this particular lens, the 24-70, is that when you are shooting down like this, I don't have to stand on anything to get both babies in the shot. So I'm going to get a nice close-up of the 2 of their little faces together. One more. And I'm shooting on f4 because I want to get both babies nice and sharp. And stretch. So just adjusting fingers, making sure they're nice and comfortable. And they don't have to be identical or the same. I'm going to come right in over the top. Come down a bit. That hand has a mind of its own. Nice. So we still need to add a little bit of light here on her face when we're doing a little post-production to make the skin tones a bit more even, but that is pretty much perfect. And if you can just hold that up just again, I'm just going to come in from this angle and get a beautiful shot just above you. That startle that they do. Right, we have some time left, so what I'm going to do is put them in a prop together. If you can stay right here next to them, you can come actually around and sit on the little chair if you like, just while I set something up. I'm going to use this great big basket again. And being beautiful girls, I'll go back over here again because it's easier for everyone to see, I think, when I'm on this backdrop. I'm just going to fill it with a couple of blankets, keep it all within this sort of light creamy feel thing we've got going on. Might just grab a couple more towels to fill it. Okay, this one and underneath. So what I'm planning on doing now is putting the girls in here so that they're both sort of upright again, this way together and facing outward and using our backdrop. So I'm just going to try and line this so it's nice and full and supportive for them. We don't want them to touch the edges of the basket again because it's quite hard. And we'll bring them over when we're all set up, ready to go. Do you have any questions while I'm setting up?
Well, personally, I would love to hear from the parents who I just am loving watching their reactions to seeing their 3-day-old twins, not even yet home, being photographed. What is surprising about you? What does this mean to you to have these images?
Oh, well, it's just amazing how Kelly can just handle these 2 newborns with such grace and control. She obviously has a lot of experience with this. I'm just overwhelmed. It's almost as amazing as the day they came out. It's really a treat for us to be here today, to witness all of this with you, Kelly.
Thank you.
Speechless.
You make me all emotional. It's the end of day 3. Okay, I'm going to drag my camera over first so I don't have to come back and get it before we even start positioning the girls. So I brought some cloth nappies over to help line the basket. We might use, I don't think I have anything small enough for your little girls. I don't. So we might just leave them without anything but use this to drape over the top of them, which will be really pretty. Okay, so instead of picking both of them up and carrying them over, I'm just going to bring the bean bag just a little bit closer, so when we're transitioning them off of there into the prop, we don't have to carry them over a great distance. So I'm going to go right to the very bottom. I'm not going to pull from the top because I might pull the blankets and not the bag. So I'm always going to make sure that I've got hold of the actual bag underneath. Slide them over. Isabella a little bit bigger, longer? Ella is. She's a little bit bigger. So I'm always going to put the bigger baby down first, and that way we can adjust Isabella on her. Now, if you can come a little bit closer, Miranda, because when I move one baby, it's going to be a bit of an adjustment to them, so we need to make sure that they stay nice and settled, and you can pop a hand on her to make her feel a firm hand to make her feel secure. Yeah. So I'll just put that under there for a minute so the legs don't go flying out. And because I want to bring them forward here, I just want to use a couple of these to create that nice firm shelf for them to rest on for the shot. And we can add some more support if we need it, which we might. Now they're not heavy, but there's two of them, so combined weight, you know, that will push all that stuffing down in there. So we're going to make it nice and firm. Okay. So I'll just bring this a little bit closer. Having this mat underneath makes it so easy to move the props back and forth if you need to. So I'm going to put Ella over here, and then I'm going to put little Isabella over here. They've got busy arms, haven't they?
She likes to have it.
Yeah. It's amazing with twins because when one is crying, for some reason the other one does not wake up. They can scream the house down and the other one doesn't even move. So again, I'm going to leave their nappies on because I'm going to use this little white wrap, and the way I'm going to position them, we won't see them. Oh, big stretch. So I'm just positioning her hands on top of each other underneath her chin while she's upright. You can see when I put her down, I'm actually, if I can pull my hand out, I'm not actually going to have to do too much at all to reposition her. She is tiny, and because we have two babies, I might get another set of hands over here if that's all right. Have you helped me? Who hasn't helped me? Who hasn't been to help? Someone jump up. Good work. So just pop your hand on Ella's back there. So when parents with twins or triplets come into my studio, I tell them, you know, this is like going to be a pretty hands-on experience if you're up for the challenge for the parents, and I get them involved, and they love it. They love it because like they're sitting there and they're watching it and they like to be involved with it. They're still mesmerized by these little people. So I'm just keeping her hands in place while I pull mine out, and she's drawing back down. Bring her back up. There you go. And you can feel the muscles relax. Okay, so just slide your hand up now, and that's it. Just at the back of her head there, and keep your thumb there. And that's going to make her feel nice and comfortable. I've got another cloth nappy under here I can use. Push that out. So I'm just going to put in another support at the back here. Okay. So we'll bring little Isabella over. And the same with when I was positioning them on their back and their heads were keeping each other's head facing upwards. It's pretty much going to be how we're going to position them again up here. We're going to put their heads nice and close together, and they'll be resting on each other. Look at this little hand. She's out like a light. Okay, just lift your hand gently, and I'm going to replace your hand with mine so she doesn't get a fright, because it's nice and warm. There we go. I'm going to bring the wrap with her because it's going to be easier to pick her up with it, and I can peel it off in my lap. Aren't they just divine? Okay, crossing those feet up in underneath. I was just waiting for her to bend her little legs then. She was sort of having a bit of a stretch. And put her back here. You got her head. Just put your hand there. Good work. Okay, you can pull this little arm down a little bit and bring her in nice and close. Okay. Right, can I get you to do me a favour, Miranda, and just slide this beanbag just over there for me, please? As we are finished with that. Okay, now the fun part of positioning. Are you comfortable sitting there on your knees? Yes. I'll put my hand there. If you just want to put your back to the wall and slide your legs out. There we go. And so one hand at the back. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn Ella's head this way. I know it's against the light, but I'm actually going to turn the prop back around towards the light. So I'm just gently lifting the side of her head there, this way. And then this allows me to bring, okay, just put your fingers here gently, that's it. Okay, now I know we need to lift them up a little bit underneath here. And also push them down into the basket just a bit at the back so they're a little bit more upright. So I'm not actually pushing them. I've got my fingers in behind their bottom and I'm just pushing down on all that stuffing just at the back where their bottoms are. So the stuffing is going down and they're going down with it. Okay. We'll bring their little hands out. I'm actually going to get you to swap sides just for a minute, just so I can adjust on this side. Okay, and just, yep, your hand in there nice and gently. So what I want to do is bring little Ella's face out and her chin forward just a little bit more so we can see it a bit clearer. So my finger's going to go in behind because it's this arm in here that's quite far back, so we want to bring it forward as much as we can. And bring those fingers over the top. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. So I'm going to ask Tammy to slide her hand in the same as it is here, just in there, in between the two of the heads, and support Ella's head. I've got Isabella's head. Yep, so take your hand off and now slide your hand in between. That's it, and just let her head just rest gently against your hand. You can just take the weight of it. So now what I'm going to do, and she stops wriggling, is bring this little hand here, because her other arm is down here. So I'm going to bring this little hand here up on top here. And just lift her up gently. Slide my fingers in underneath her arm. And you see that natural pull back? So we'll just wait for her to relax. Try again. So now I'm just putting this finger in behind that wrist because her muscles are tightened because I've moved her, so I don't want her to continually pull that hand back down. So I'm just waiting for her to relax now. Pull this, turn her head around just a little bit. Okay, now if you just slide your hand out, Tammy, that's it, perfect. Now what I want you to do is bring your hand in like a flat palm, just on the side here. You don't need to push, but just support gently. I'm just going to adjust one of the little towels under here to give her a little bit more height. So I'm going to support her underneath the blanket with my hand while I just move some of these towels. Okay, here we go. So I'm pretty much ready to take the photo, except for I just want to adjust this little wrist here that's popped up. And just by lifting her gently and pushing down there, and I've got the other little one's head. Okay, now your job is going to be using that support finger, like we've been doing with all of our babies, to use that finger to let her head rest against your hand. So I want you to get comfortable and come forward towards me just a little bit more, and I want you to use this arm because it's closest to the babies, and that's right, hand up. Now no pushing, just relax. No pushing, and just let her head there rest against your finger. So we just straighten these little fingers. Oops. Okay. We've done a little bit of turning here, so we don't want to put too much weight on little Isabella. There we go. A cloth nappy would be perfect in here at the moment, underneath little Isabella's. I mean a disposable nappy. So I'm going to get a safe shot, and then I'm going to come back and, where's that wrap? Oh, it's behind me. So I'm just going to drape that gently over them, and that gets rid of those nappies. Whoops. So I'm just pushing down while I support, just to even them up a little bit. There we go. I can bring her a little bit closer. Okay. All right, now what I want you to do is just use your finger there. You can use this hand if you like. Put this hand, yeah, in here. Turn your palm facing upwards. And don't push, but just let it rest. We'll get a quick snap. We're a bit messed up with our blankets and things, so I'm just going to, yeah, good idea. We can do a little bit of tidying up later. But I want to take this shot because I can see the circulation there. Okay. Can you do me a favour while I'm supporting them and just grab me a very, very small net wrap from under there, please? Actually, did you have a disposable nappy? Perfect. Yes, perfect. Okay, come back in. So we got our safe shot, so I'm just going to do another one. So just use your hand, your flat hand now, just while I position them. So the finger is just for the shot. And all I want to do is just give a little bit more height just in here. So I'm just going to slide it in. I've got my fingers under her arm. And I'm going to lift her just ever so gently and slide that in. So now that is nice and firm, and it's raised her up just a little bit. So I'm just taking the pressure off this hand for a minute. She's tensing up just a little bit. I'm waiting for her to relax before I go putting her down. Oh, she wants to pull that in. That's all right. Okay, now with this hand, just bring it to this side so she doesn't fall to the other one. Just gently. So I am taking a little bit of extra time here because these shots are really special, you know, for them to have, and I want it to be perfect. There we go. Okay, so lift this hand here away, right, and finger up. And now their heads aren't moving too much, but we don't know they're not going to move. So just rest your finger just ever so gently, no pushing because it will then push her sister's head. Okay. Now your hand that's in behind the basket, just either put it on your lap, and that way it's not in the shot as well. Okay. Those faces. Rightio. That's pretty much what I would do there without having to sort of do too much more. We fiddled a fair bit, but I was really patient. I took my time. I made sure it was perfect and that they were comfortable and safe the entire time. All right, so I'm just going to turn her head that way, make sure she's comfortable. If you can put your head there, hand there, while we get our wraps. Is Trudy in here to come and get some babies, help with babies? Do we have any questions? Lots of
Well,
questions.
first of all, once again, the looks on the parents' faces is just, again, it tells us why we're here and why we're doing what we're doing, and thank you again. What I think is actually would be really cool to actually watch you unwrap the babies and get them back to their parents safely, because that's equally important. The value of that after you get the shot and getting them back out. But in the meantime, we do have a question in our studio audience.
So as you're posing babies in these baskets and things, what are the signs that maybe they're not getting like the proper circulation as you're photographing? How can you notice that, and what do you do about it?
So I had to come in and readjust her little hand because the weight of her head, and because their blood doesn't sort of circulate like ours does, their little hands will go either red or purple, or their feet in certain positions. So it's important to either take the pressure off that point when you can see it happening, give it a little bit of a rub, and then, yeah, put them back into that position. So keep an eye on definitely on hands and things that are going a different colour, because it's not good. Okay. So yeah, another question?
We do. We have a question here from Luciana Justice in the chat rooms, and she wonders if you generally approach the posing flow system the same way with twins, or do you approach it differently than with single babies?
With the being slow?
Just the flow of your posing.
Oh, the flow? Yeah, you actually do have to go with the flow of the baby in a twin session, because, oh God, she's so tiny. Hang on, just watch that leg. All right, you got her. Yeah, so when they're both asleep, I photograph them together as much as I can, and then if one wakes, I'll continue to pose the other baby that's still asleep, and I will go through a flowing system, because I want to keep that baby asleep as long as possible. So being able to flow through the motions of poses is going to not unsettle them as much as, you know, sort of taking them from the bag, taking them to a prop, all of those sort of things. But yes, when they're asleep together, I grab that opportunity and I photograph them together.
And so, once again, I know we talked about this earlier in the workshop, but a question from Rachel Dorset in Dorset, UK. Do you also shoot preemies up to 2 weeks, or would you shoot, say, for up to 3 weeks or longer because of the size of when they're born? And maybe, again, you could talk about preemies.
Yeah, preemie babies, like these little guys, they're not too premature, but they are premature to a point, but they are smaller. Even though that she has gone, sort of longer in her pregnancy than a lot of twin mums, they're still teeny tiny babies, because there's 2 of them in there. It's just the way our bodies work. You just have to be very careful with them. Premature babies tend to stay in the hospital a fair bit, so you can't really say, oh, I need to photograph them in the first 4 weeks, because they might require 6 weeks of care like mine did. And the photo that I showed in the beginning of my husband and the twins, they were 7.5 weeks old by the time I took that photo. So you can still get beautiful images. They just might not be as easily to sculpt and mold into those tight curly shots. So yeah, but you can always move around that with beautifully wrapped shots like the 2 of them together on the beanbag. But I would photograph them as close to their birth as possible, not their due date. So whenever they get out of hospital, I usually just say to my clients, if they have had a premature baby, look, let me know as soon as you get out of hospital, and we can arrange a suitable time and date then.
Great. We have another question from Team Mayfield Photography, who's wondering, when you work with newborns, it's obvious that patience is key. And do you generally find that the parents mind if they're sitting there for several hours? Do you discuss with them in advance how many props, how many changes? Do they understand the timing in advance? How do you talk to them so they're prepared for the time?
Yeah, so the minute that they walk into the studio, we've been talking about how when I bring my clients into the studio, I have my change table. I ask them to undress their baby or babies. And it's usually when they're feeding their baby when they first get there. that I sit and talk to them about how the flow of the session is going to go. If they have a toddler, I say we're going to start with the toddler shots, and then if the family shots, if they're okay with that. Otherwise, we'll just move straight into the posing of the bag, where I'm going to use 2 blankets. Probably going to do around sort of four to 5 different poses on the beanbag, and then we're going to move on to 3 or 4 props. So I said you can choose your props now, or you can choose them while I'm working on the beanbag, and then let me know which ones you'd like to use. So I always tell them what's going to happen in the session, because they don't know, and they are nervous. Like, they trust me, they've hired me, but they come to the session and they don't know how it's going to go. So yeah, I give them as much information about that as possible. I get them involved in the selection. You know, are there any colours there in the blankets that you'd like to use? And yeah, you can choose 3 to 4 props, and then I might bring my album out and show them the images that have got props in them, because they can see what they look like, and that'll help them choose as well. And if they say just go for it, I'll just go with the flow and choose a few things that I like, and will suit. If it's twins, obviously choose props that would suit twins, like that are big enough for 2 babies. If it's a single baby, I'll just pick a few things that I think look nice.
So again, on the, let's see, question from Rachel, and parents taking photos with their cell phones or other things while they're in the studio with you. The question is, I've had some parents taking photos of their kids, and I don't mind that, but I wouldn't want them to take photos of my setups. How would you handle that?
Do you know, it's funny, because I actually have photographers that come to me with their babies, and there are women that are getting into photography and they don't tell me until halfway through the session. So, that come with their babies. I don't mind. I teach other photographers in my studio, but for you personally, if that was me in that situation, I don't know. It's up to you. It's personal choice. If you don't want people to do that, just ask them politely if they could, you know, just not take pictures of anything else and just focus on their baby. If you're okay with a shot of their baby on their iPhone, if they want to quickly send it to grandma or something like that. But yeah, those photos that they do take don't look as good as the photos that we give them in their gallery.
Okay, we have one more. Laurel from Gainesville, Florida, again related to how having the parents there in your studio. If you're keeping your entire studio at 80 degrees, how do the parents generally handle the warmth of the studio, or do you kind of try to contain it just to the area where you're shooting?
Yeah, that definitely comes back to always making sure your clients are comfortable. So I've sort of talked about that throughout the whole couple of days, and I always check them. I make sure they're comfortable. You're not too hot or anything like that. But we're all sitting in here, and it's 80 degrees in here, and we're all pretty comfortable. If I'd noticed that someone or a client started to get uncomfortable, they can just step outside, cool down. I offer them a drink of water. I say, you know, strip off a couple of layers if you can, all that kind of stuff. So anything to make them comfortable. And I tell them why I have it at that temperature, because it's most important for the baby, their baby, and that matters.
So I have a question from Fashion TV, who is one of our regulars in Singapore. And the question is, in your definition, Kelly, what should be the connection between 2 siblings or 2 twins in a pose? What should we create or look out for in such an image?
Yeah, posing them together, like I just did then, so that they're beautiful and soft, and it's not, I don't know, like that's a hard one, because they're sleeping babies and they're not really aware that their brother or sister is laying next to them. So getting them as close together as possible to get that togetherness, I think, is important. I tried to get their hands together to get their hands to connect, but they kept pulling them away, so I'm not going to force that. I'm just going to get a beautiful shot of them where they like to naturally have their hands. But yeah, if you can, I had a twin shot up on the wall here, and I had them posed completely symmetrically, and that happens very rarely. So to be able to achieve that was pretty cool.
I had a question regarding close-up shots. So I know that it's kind of a newborn posing class. We're not seeing a lot of the close-up shots. I'm just wondering, how many of those do you usually show to your clients, and do they usually sell?
Yep. Well, it depends. So I always take a close-up shot. So it just depends on how many more images I need to fill that gallery with. So, and if I do take a close-up shot, you know, I might, if it hasn't, if in the full shot, if it hasn't had a hat or a headband on, then I would take that off for the close-up shot to get a point of difference, so that it's in the same prop, same setup, but take something away or add something to give them a completely different image if you need more images for your gallery. If you've got a baby that's, say, a little bit unsettled and you're thinking, I'm not going to get 20 shots. So you can do it that way, just mix it up just a little bit and change your angle. But yes, no, I love the close-up shots, and so do the parents. The majority of the time, that's what they're buying.
I actually meant macro shot.
Oh,
like,
the macro
yeah,
shot.
like,
Sorry.
You know, no, it's okay. Like,
I did a macro shot on the first day. I came in really close and focused on that eye line. That's entirely up to you. If that's the style of photography that you want to do, and come in and capture all those macro details, like the little bit of fluffy hair on the back of their ear, on their shoulder, or on their hands, on their feet, by all means go and do that in your studio, because parents love all of that stuff. That's the little details that they forget. And if you're going to offer an album, they're great shots to be able to include in that album, to remember all those tiny details.
For the older babies, like the closer to 2 weeks, that are more familiar with the feeding schedule, do you let the parents know that when they come for their pictures, that schedule might be out the window?
Yeah, I always ask them if they're comfortable. I always just say, you know, if they're feeding their baby now, when I take them, I say, if they stir a little bit and they're still hungry, are you happy to continue feeding, or are you on a time limit? A lot of people will just demand feed. If they're breastfeeding, a lot of people who are formula feeding will feed at 3 or 4 hourly, depending on their baby and their needs. So it is always a good idea to ask, and I do ask, breast or formula, straight up. I need to know how their babies are fed, and if they are demand feeding or if not. So, and I ask them if they're comfortable feeding their baby when they need to, and they are more than happy.
We have a couple of questions about, again, that we saw you doing a lot of shushing of the babies and keeping them calm, and you yourself were doing that. Zoe Stewart Photo says, if you have a baby that will only settle when hugged by the mom or cries for the entire time, what would you do? And Sharina said, I found that some babies actually stay aroused when they hear the mother's voice. Do you then ask the mother to whisper? So in what way are you?
No, I've never really asked the mother to whisper, but if a baby is really like, what's the word I'm looking for? If a baby reacts to the mother's voice or the smell or the sound of her, anything, then that baby may be hungry. So I'm going to be aware of that. But yeah, there's probably something going on. But if the baby is well fed and you've got that perfect environment to keep that baby nice and sleepy and settled, you know, I don't mind the mother being right up close to me, helping me throughout the session. I've done it quite a few times.
We have another question here from Wei, who wants to know, do you usually experiment with new poses, or do you stick to sort of the core poses that you have in your repertoire?
I experiment with new poses in my time, and with babies that I've got in for that. When my clients come to me and they're paying me for my service, I give them what they want, because they're the ones that are paying for the session. I won't, but if a client comes to me and says, oh my God, do whatever you want, I'll be like, hey, well, there's something I would really love to try, but I've thought that process out before I try it. If there's something that I think that I could do that was really, really beautiful with a baby, I actually have a fake baby that I can practice on, you know, and see how I would like to get them into that position, see how I would put their arms or legs or anything like that. So, but I'm not about risk or anything, so I tend to sort of go with poses that look more comfortable and where the baby looks peaceful.
And a question from Adelkis, how many people do you let stay in the session? And this is from Panama, and I know I had an experience where I actually went to the client's home, and grandma and aunt and cousin and neighbor were all there, and it was a little bit hectic. How do you allow that not to happen? Or
What do you do?
I think that's actually the beauty of having like my studio at my home. When they come, it's just them. And I've even had parents come and the phone will ring and they haven't told anyone they're coming for their session because they want it to be a surprise. But I have had grandparents come and just off my studio, I have like a lounge room, and I will just guide them into there and say that if they would like to have some grandparent shots. And my room's not very big, and I only have 2 chairs in it, so they only have to visually see that to know they're not going to fit in there. So if there are more people do turn up for the session, I'll just take them into the lounge room, and they can swap out and come in if they need to. If the dad wants to have a break, the grandma can come in and have a little bit of a watch, but I actually haven't had that happen too often. But I did do a family shoot once for a 6-month-old baby, and there were 11 of them. So we shot them all separately in the studio and then went to a park that was outside. But yeah, it can happen. It can be very distracting as well.
Right.
So I just say that, you know, maybe just the commotion and the energy of the room might be a little bit unsettling to the baby if the baby's not settling. And is it possible we could do this in a quieter, calmer place if I get there? When I get there and there's lots of people.
Well, Kelly, I love seeing all the questions that continue to come in. And just so you know, everyone, there's so many of the questions that you're asking that have been answered already over the course of the past 3 days. And so keep them coming, keep them coming. But perhaps you can also ask in the live room so that people who have been with us this whole time can get to some of your answers. Or you could go also to Kelly's Facebook page, little pieces. Somebody else in there was Little Bit Photography, Little Pieces Photography, to continue that dialogue with Kelly. We have now finished our segments, not the workshop, but all of the photo shoots. And my goodness, Kelly, it just keeps getting more amazing and more amazing. And that last session with little Alyssa with Down syndrome, and then the 2 3-day-old twins that were on their way home from the hospital. It's just, the stars have certainly aligned for this workshop, and thank you to all of those moms and babies. Thank you, Kelly. What that last section made me think about, the word legacy kept coming up for me. And this is a special little holiday for me because I was actually born on Mother's Day. And just seeing those little feet, when I was just a couple months old, my mom, happy Mother's Day, Mom, my mom took me to my great-grandmother's 100th birthday celebration. And she tells me the story of how my grandmother held me and stroked my feet and said, "Oh, the miles that these feet will travel." And
that's so sweet.
I love the story. I love the story. But what I would pay to have that in a photograph of my great-grandmother who's 100 years old holding me and stroking my feet, that's priceless. And that legacy is what you've just created for 22 babies, for not only for their parents, but for their grandchildren, for their children, their grandchildren, and beyond. And I'm in awe. Legacy. Kate Nicerise says, "What amazing confidence and deep understanding of yourself, your squishy little subjects, the magic of the light, and your lovely clients. It has been a great honor to share in your Mother's Day weekend. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for firing the passion and building awareness of how important and wonderful newborn photography is." So, thank you.
Thank you. Well, as Kenna said, this has just been the most remarkable 3 days. Watching Kelly in action, the expertise, experience, confidence that she brings to her work and to the teaching. I think it really just speaks for itself. You've all been seeing it, witnessing it every single section we've been in, whether it's the shooting, whether it's the marketing, all of it has been truly remarkable. And so, you know, if you are passionate about newborn photography, or if you're thinking about it and trying to figure out if it works for you and your lifestyle and your business and your creativity, this truly is the training that, you know, would be valuable to you. It has been incredible. And the amount of information Kelly has given to us really can't be found anywhere else. So this is, coming up here on your last chance to get this workshop for the special event price of $99. It's normally $149, which it will go back to. And if you're interested in this kind of education, there's that buy button at the bottom of your screen. And what a gift to yourself if this is something you're interested in. Nowhere else you can find it.
So we are going to take a 20-minute break, but Kelly, we've got some exciting little reveals coming up when we get back. Tell us what we're going to do to wrap it all up when we come home.
We have the majority of our families and their babies coming back into the studio, and we're actually going to present them with one of their photos from the last few days. It's pretty cool. They get to see it on the screen, and they'll be able to take one of the images home with them. So, because it's going to be a little while before I get home to be able to edit the rest of the photos and get them in the mail to them. So it's going to be exciting to see them all back here and see how they react to seeing their images. I can't wait.
It's amazing. All right, well, thank you, Kelly, and we will see you all back here right after the break.
Hello, Internet, and welcome to Creative Live. Happy Mother's Day. Well, it's not quite Mother's Day here in Seattle. It is in other parts of the world, and so happy Mother's Day to all of you out there. We are here on the third day of Kelly Brown's newborn posing workshop, and we have so many more babies here with us today. This has been an out-of-control, amazing workshop. We've had pee, we've had poo, we've seen it all, and we are going to keep going with that. So my name is Kenna Klosterman, and I am your host today, along with Christy Weber from Junebug. Christy, how are you doing this morning?
I'm great. I can't believe that we're on the third day already, and I'm just so excited to see what we have in the last day. So many more babies.
So many more babies. Kelly Brown, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good. I'm excellent. I'm very excited about today. We have so many babies coming in. We're going to shoot all day, so it's going to be fun.
It is, it is. All right, well, we just have a couple of minutes of pre-show here. Let us know in the chat rooms if you can see us and hear us, and of course, let us know where you are joining us from.
Yeah. And we have our students here in the audience as well, our 8 amazing women who've been here all 3 days, and we want to introduce them to you again. So let's go through, tell us your name, where you're coming.
Hi, I'm Scott Robert Lim, and on May
Welcome back to Creative Live, everyone. To begin our final segment with Kelly Brown and newborn photography, I'm going to throw it right over to Kenna.
All right, everyone, this is the time when we just want to take a moment to say a number of thank yous to everyone who has made this incredible event possible. So first off, I want to start out with all of the sponsors that have provided giveaways and prizes throughout the course of the 3 days. So first of all, over to Kelly to talk about some of the folks that she works with.
Yeah, I was able to bring so many amazing props with me from suppliers that I use on a regular basis. And I mean, like I've been saying for the last 3 days, I only use and supply things that I absolutely love. So my favorite prop suppliers were brought along with me in my suitcase. We have Brand New Babe, we have Love That Prop, and we have Monkey Moo Moo. And they created all of those beautiful knit products that I brought with me. And then dropped some props, Prop Envy, Florabella Actions, Pixie Props. They donated some amazing larger props for us to use on set over the last 3 days as well. So their generosity was just amazing, absolutely amazing. I'm so grateful that they wanted to be involved with this.
Yeah, I mean, White House Custom Color with the beautiful pieces that are up on the walls. So many folks. I want to give a very special thank you to Clickin' Moms, who has provided an incredible amount of gifts for us here. If you haven't already, be sure to go over to clickinmoms.com/CL. There you have an opportunity to win over $5,000 worth of prizes there. One person is going to win a $3,500 package.
That's amazing.
That includes a lens and so much more. A lot of the same folks that you're already seeing here on the screen that we're thanking. So truly, these people have made what we do here possible, and if you love what you're seeing, if you love the products that you've been seeing, please just take a moment to go and give them a like on their Facebook pages, give them a shout out, give them a tweet, and show them that you love what we do here and appreciate that. So again, thank you to Triple Scoop as well for all the prizes, Artsy Couture
Definitely.
for all of those prizes. So
Yeah,
thank you so much.
amazing companies.
And next, you guys out there, Creative Livers all around the world, you are the reason that we are here. You are the reason that we exist. You are the reason that there are families in this room. Babies, I think we counted there are 10 of the babies that are here with us right now. And thank you. Thank you for supporting Creative Live. It is only by your purchases of these workshops, by you giving yourself these gifts, that we are able to bring people like Kelly back, and on and on and on. So thank you to all of you for being here. Thank you for socializing in this event, for your questions, because it's you who actually helps drive the education here at Creative Live.
Definitely.
Next, we have the Creative Live crew. My goodness, Kelly, what it took to put this 3-day workshop together here for Mother's Day. You're laughing because it's just, the behind the scenes here, everyone, is incredible. From the camera operators, I mean, the shots that you've been seeing, we've seen the comments in the chat rooms all the time, all the weekend, as to the amazing close-up shots that we were getting to actually see you wrapping babies and showing us exactly how you do all of this. Special shout out to Kathy, our line producer. This was her very first Creative Live workshop that she's line producing, and amazing job wrangling all of our families and beautiful babies. And huge shout out to Jean, who produced this workshop, has been working with Kelly closely for quite some time now, and it's just amazing that the stars aligned and everything came together. So Jean, well-deserved break. Go to Hawaii, go get a massage. Congratulations, and thank you to the entire crew for putting this all together. And finally, my goodness, Kelly Brown. Kelly, this is Mother's Day weekend, and you have chosen to come be with us here today to celebrate Mother's Day. And I just have a special note. This really goes to talk about the beauty of the Creative Live family. This is our technical director, Monty. Monty's been calling all the shots here behind the scenes. And wow, these are beautiful.
Oh my God.
Our producer,
These are
Jean,
gorgeous.
late last night got a text from Monty that said, "Hi, Jean. Can we have someone pick up flowers tomorrow for the end of the day, for the end of the workshop for Kelly Brown? It's Mother's Day in Australia tomorrow, and I think it would be incredible for us to show our appreciation for her by picking up flowers." So Monty, good man. Good man.
This guy's awesome. This guy's awesome. He's so awesome.
Thank you for.
Oh, thank you. You made it so easy. You made it so easy.
You made it easy.
Really, it just like we have seen Kelly make newborn posing look easy, you have been such a delight and pleasure to work with, and that's all that anybody I speak with says. We just clapped, but one more time, again, help me wish Kelly Brown a big thank you.
Oh, thank you.
These are beautiful. These are beautiful. Well, as we spoke about, we have all these sponsors that gave us prizes, and we're still not giving them away. So we have prizes to give away and announcing the winner of the cutest baby contest, photo contest that we did on Facebook. All right, so I'm going to try to get through these quickly because we have 4 prizes to give away. The first one is from Pixie Props, and that is the metal drawer plus a Triple Scoop Music song certificate, And the winner is Yvette Goya, and her Twitter handle is @Yvette Goya. And her quote is, "They don't remember what you say, but they do remember how you make them feel." And there's going to be a lot of memories about how you made people feel with this experience, for sure. Great quote. The next prize is a bundle, the Artsy Couture gift certificate, as well as a Triple Scoop music gift certificate. And the winner of this one is Shannon Williamson. And Shannon's quote was, "I am now in a place where I can be proud of where I am. I love what I do, and I get up every morning with a smile on my face." And man, if we could all do that, what an amazing world this would be. And you can do that. Finally, we have 2 Triple Scoop Music Special Collection certificates. I'm pretty sure these are those $300 prizes where you can get one of the collections. And we have 2 winners. The first one is Trish Ebert, and her quote was, "Confidence is key. Stop looking at everyone else's work and look at your own. Don't worry about what others are saying." And very, very wise words in all aspects of life. And finally, Minol Desai Monga, who entered on Facebook, says, "My favorite quote today was milk drunk." Love that term. All right, so thank you again to Triple Scoop and Artsy Couture and to Prixie Props, as well as everybody who gave us prizes the whole event. Okay, now the one that you guys have all been waiting for, the cutest baby photo contest. First of all, we want to thank everyone that entered and that voted. We had over 500 entries, Kelly, in our cutest baby photo contest on Facebook. And we also had over 14,000 people vote, 14,000 votes to, of course, celebrate the beauty of Mother's Day and babies. And so the winning baby photo is from Jocelyn T. And we also had to give an audience choice winner as well, and that was Chantel D. And both of these women, here are their photos. The top one is from Jocelyn, and the bottom one from Chanel. And beautiful, beautiful, beautiful images. You are both winning a $200 gift certificate towards the purchase of any Creative Live course. So congratulations to both of you, and thank you again to everybody who entered. And with that, we are ready to get into our final segment here with Kelly. And I think she has a few more people to thank here who are in our audience.
Oh, yes.
So I can take those if you want.
They're so heavy. They're so heavy. They're so
you.
beautiful. Thank you. I mean, without all of you, we wouldn't have been able to put together the last 3 days. I remember Jean sending me an email, and I received it at the strangest time, and I quickly Googled current time in Seattle, and it was 3 a.m. And she said, I'm really worried we're not going to find enough babies. But obviously, we had more than enough. 22 babies in 4 days is phenomenal. So that's a record for me. And this is the first time Creative Live have ever had an audience quite like this before. So for 10 of you to come back, and I know what it's like when you have a newborn baby, the sleep deprivation, the odd feeding times, obviously if you're getting over, surgery or anything like that, how hard it can be. So I really appreciate you coming back here. And I'm just blown away, absolutely blown away. I've met so many beautiful people in the last 3 days, and this whole experience has just, it's changed my life. So yeah, and reading everyone's comments online is just so amazing. So yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we are going to do the big reveal and start to show the parents their photographs. Is that right?
Yes, we are.
All right.
We were able to just pull one image very quickly. Obviously, I've been in here shooting, so I was lucky enough to have the help by a very special man, John, and edit some photos very quickly so we could show you something that we captured in the last couple of days. Obviously, you'll have more images coming a little bit later on when I get home in Australia, but for now, we wanted to show you an image that I was able to take that, yeah, is pretty special. I'm going to move back so you can see.
Little boy, when you speak, I can't help but kiss your cheeks. I love the way you best Peter Pan. When you reach for the stars, don't forget who you are, and please don't turn around and grow up way too fast. See the sand in my grasp, from the first to the last. Every grain becomes a memory of the past. Oh, life's an hourglass. Life's an hourglass. Stories read, prayer is said. Close your eyes, sleepy head, while angels linger in your dreams and hold you in their feathered wings. Just like you, I was small, not that long ago at all. I wish you all the happiness that God gives freely if you ask. When you reach for the stars, don't forget who you are, and please don't turn around and grow up way too fast.
Oh, I can't wait to get home and edit them now. They look pretty good, don't they? They look awesome. So I can't wait to send those out to you. Thank you very much for coming and helping me do this, create this amazing workshop so many people out there can learn and learn how to not only have confidence in themselves and what they do, but to learn how to do this craft so safely. Because it's so important when you're working with these tiny little babies that we understand them, and then we're not going to put them into any risk. We have no control over how many people come into our industry and how oversaturated people say that it is. But if we can put enough education out there and enough support to new photographers that can't afford to go to these really large, expensive workshops, then it's only going to make our industry better. So we need to work together and make sure that newborn photography is done safely and properly and with confidence.
So I just want to, people are asking online about that song, which is such a beautiful song, and everyone, that is Mindy Gledhill, who is a Triple Scoop music artist, who in fact was on Creative Live and did live performances when we were down in Las Vegas for the Sue Bryce kickoff, 28 Days kickoff. So Mindy is a beautiful, beautiful artist. Check out her work on Triple Scoop. So thank you again to Triple Scoop for letting us use that song. And I just wanted to read off some of the comments that are coming through online, Kelly, in people's reactions to seeing this slideshow, and then we would love to hear from some of our parents as well. But Studio Toe Smile says, "We are mesmerized and crying. So much adorableness in one room. Beautiful reveal."
I have Brenda Barker saying, "Wow, she created a whole new portfolio in 3 days."
Gorgeous, beautiful.
Yeah, truly amazing. So, pretty great.
So, I would love to know, and this is actually a question that's coming in from King's Photo. If you could say, and I'm not sure who we were going to start with regard to the parents, but if you could say one thing, only one thing to Kelly about this experience or about what these images mean to you, what would that be? And I ask you this sort of in for us photographers, newborn photographers, what is it that we are trying to give you?
Not sure if I have one word for it. It's just the memories. I think just looking back, I wish I had done it with Alexander. Now I have one of my two boys. It's just amazing. Thank you.
You make me cry.
Well, and I do a very special note about when you photographed the two of them. Was later you let us know that was the very first time that your older son had actually had held the baby. So, and that was just phenomenal to have captured, for Kelly to have captured that moment. And yes.
It's something you have forever.
Any other comments about sort of that one word that summarizes it all, the value, the power of it all?
It was really wonderful to have something so calming and comforting and simple and just easy to do, because I'm sure that every mother out there remembers that labor and delivery is anything but easy and simple and calming. And so sort of being able to come into this space and being walked through everything, and sort of, you know, as much as our newborns were, having our hands held as well, and made to feel really safe and comfortable, and like we couldn't screw it up because you were going to make it really easy for us. That was really nice.
Thank you.
Did anybody have a really surprising experience? Was it different than what you thought? Or, you know, what did you come away with that you really were surprised about from the experience of having your newborn baby photographed?
I was amazed at the number of emotions, but also, sorry, my parents were able to watch from Arizona.
Oh, wow.
And my father wasn't able to be here for the birth, so he thanks you very much.
That's beautiful.
Trudy, can we get some tissues?
There are, thank you. So many additional amazing benefits of us all being here that we wouldn't even know.
Yeah, and similarly, same idea. You know, most people wouldn't have the newborn photography experience broadcast live on the internet, but that's what those photos can be. That's what they represent, and you know, the ability to share that with your family, your loved ones who don't live right here and couldn't be there. That's part of the power.
Yeah.
Definitely.
What do you see in terms of what these images will mean to you in 20 years?
Oh, pass the microphone.
Well, this was such a precious time, and having had children before, you can't ever go back to this time, and we're also busy and overwhelmed after, you know, just having a baby. Sometimes we don't take time to really capture the moment, and so I think the memories are gonna mean more, not just for us, but for our baby when she gets to see what she was like, you know, and you captured her so beautifully. This is nothing like the hospital pictures we have. So I think we're just gonna be so thankful to have these. So we really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I have a question that's coming in from the internet that is from Effie. Was it easy for you to give your baby to a stranger to handle the baby? Could you sense Kelly's confidence? Or again, what is it that as newborn photographers we can relay to you to show that confidence or to ease your concerns? Anyone?
Well,
hang on, we're
Thank
waiting
you.
for a microphone. They're moving slowly so they don't wake babies.
Kelly has you have an ease with the children that you can sense just being in the room with you. And so from the moment we saw you, we knew that our child was in good hands. And that means a lot. So thank you.
I wasn't sure what to expect coming in here, but the minute we walked into the building, someone said it before, it was really peaceful. And you walk into the studio and all these babies around here and nobody's crying and they're getting propped up in all different positions, and it was just absolutely fabulous.
Thank you.
Kelly, for you, I mean, what are your mom as well? What did you have photographs of your babies that you took yourself or that somebody else took?
I actually did pay someone to photograph my first baby, and she looked very awkward. She was dressed in oversized clothing, and it reminded me of an 80s sort of glamour portrait. It was very soft fuzz, and she had one eye open, and hand was all scrunched up underneath her face. So I took her to someone I didn't know a lot about because I wanted to capture those moments. And they're in a drawer. They're never going to go on the wall. But I have them and I can look at them. So that's still important for me. But I have a million photos of my kids. And my very second slide that comes up on my slideshow is a picture of my husband and my twins, and they were 7 weeks old. So I have a million photographs, and it's so important because to me now we have what's called in our house photo night. So we can sit in front of the computer, and the twins especially. Georgia likes looking at the photos, but she's getting a little bit older. But the twins especially love looking at all the images of them as babies because they see so many babies come into my studio. They want to see what they looked like. And it's so funny because when you start to go back through images, you start to find photos that you forget you even took that mean so much to you. So you relive all those moments all over again. So the importance of what we do as photographers just every day means so much to so many people and generations to come. It's phenomenal. So that's why I wake up every day with a smile on my face. I have an amazing job, and you can see the joy, even though we're all crying, the joy that it brings to people having these images. Like one of my fondest moments recently was I was talking to my grandfather in front of an image in his home, and it's his grandparents, and he's in his 80s, and it was a big, beautiful photo of his grandparents, and he stands there in front of it and tells you the story of them from his childhood. So these photos live on forever, and they're just so important. So capture every moment, because the one thing I've learned in the last few years is just how important life is and how short it is and how quickly it can be gone. So don't worry about what you look like. Don't worry about your size, anything. Be in those photos with your kids, because if something was to happen to you and they look back and they didn't have any images of you, it's going to be hard for them to remember all those beautiful moments they had with you if they're not captured. So it's really special. Thank you.
Well, Kelly, speaking of beautiful moments with families, we just have to share one more sort of personal thing that has happened and just came up today. Kelly's amazing family sent her a Mother's Day video, her children and her husband, and I actually believe they're standing in front of a big, beautiful photo that you probably took of your children. So
I did. We were driving, you'll see the picture. I got to see this little slideshow before, and we were driving past a canola field in New South Wales. My kids were dressed. We'd been traveling for 5 hours. They were dressed in the daggies clothes, and I'm like, quick, jump out. Got to take this photo. They're not dressed in the best clothes. They're not posed perfectly, but you'll see that it's them, and I captured them perfectly, and it's a special moment for our house.
Let's take a look at this video, and everyone get out your Kleenex, because I think there may be a few more tears here. There have been throughout the day as we've seen it. So let's take a look at Kelly's sweet, sweet family and her Mother's Day tribute.
It's not your scars. It's all about your heart. All about your heart.
Isn't that the best?
Well, I certainly hope that they are all watching right now as we say thank you, and you are. That sums up precisely why we are all here again. Just beautiful, and thank you for letting us share that with everyone. Just awesome. So we're winding down. Hard to believe this has been just such an incredible 3 days. And I can't get this smile off my face and everybody in here. But I saw this question, this comment come in earlier, Kelly, and I wanted to read it off to you because this is what we've seen sort of the whole weekend long. And this is from Jennifer Garner, who said, "I often ask myself, am I cut out for this? Watching the passion that Kelly has for babies and her business reminds me of myself and why I love this field of photography the most. And Kelly has given me a newfound confidence in myself and in my business." Thank you, Kelly. And so just my sort of closing final question to you is, you are now, as you've just shown us, a confident, award-winning photographer. And you have just touched so many lives, but you were not that at some point, and you were not a mom at one point. And like so many of us, like Jennifer, who are at this point sort of wondering, am I cut out for this? Is this something that I will even allow myself to do? When you became a mom, and I believe that that's after your first child is when you launched into this career, what was it that has shifted, and what is it that you allowed yourself to do to go for that and to be where you are today?
That's a big question. I think just so much, I think any person who puts themselves out there, their work, their vision, their craft, anything that you can actually create yourself, we fear judgment, we fear comments, negative comments, we fear feedback, all of those type of things. So it did take a lot, like, for me to say, well, hey, I'm creating this, like, I can do this. And I think that if you really love doing what you're doing, you will find a way to do it. You'll find whatever it is inside of you that needs to grow, you will find that, and you will create that confidence within yourself, just simply by believing in yourself. It's really, really important to, if you're gonna, well, I was always raised to believe, I can thank my mother for this, that if you're going to do something, do it properly. She used to say to us all the time, So, happy Mother's Day, Mum. But yes, no, if you're going to do something, do it properly, learn how to do it, put everything into it if you really want to do it. If it's just a hobby for you, that's great, but if you really, really want to do it, you will find a way to do it, and you have to give yourself permission to do it. You really have to allow, you have to allow yourself to go forward to that next step if you really want it. And taking a step is scary, and especially starting a business. It's the scariest thing I've ever done in my entire life. Like, becoming a parent was pretty scary because you don't know what you're doing when you hold your baby for the first time, and you hope every day that you're doing the right job as a parent. But when you start a business, that is really, really scary. So I invest a lot into my business with time, energy, and money to make it grow. And I have found ways to do that because I allowed myself to do it. So I think that's really, really important.
Permission.
Permission.
That's all it is, right? And then you do it.
Just do it.
Kelly, phenomenal. She's just said it to all of you. You have permission. She's given you permission. This beautiful baby has given you permission. Give yourself the gift of this workshop. Give yourself what a more precious Mother's Day gift could this be than Kelly Brown's 3-day newborn posing workshop. The choice is yours. This is the time. This is it. You have the permission. Go ahead and make that choice. This workshop is $149, but in the next 5 hours, a little bit less, $99. Happy Mother's Day, everyone. The choice is yours. Huge, huge round of applause, please. Happy Mother's Day. Have a wonderful Mother's Day weekend. Thank you.